City Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. It is Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Reznicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get started, I'd like to make just one quick comment. Seems that many of you may be new to city commission meetings, and so we just want to lay out some of the ground rules, right? So the fact that so many of you are here, just like I told you when you were outside, I profoundly appreciate it. I was born and raised in a country where this was not possible. You could not go out and speak to the government and speak against the government if you didn't like what the government had to say to you. And so for those of you who are here because you want your voices to be heard, I want you to know that we want to hear you. And because we want to hear you, we also want you to please be quiet, because when people come and speak, we will not be hear what they say. So out of respect for all the people that took the time to be here tonight, I'm sure you all have busy schedules, and yet you must have some important issue in your mind. So when people come and speak, I want to make sure that we're able to hear them. So show them the respect when they come, give them the opportunity to say what they're here for. So no booing, no cheering, no clapping. Just say thank you for your comments and let the next person speak. Okay? This is democracy in action. This is what we want. We want community involvement, and the more of you that are here, I wish there were as many people here every single commission meeting. It makes me sad when I show up sometimes and there might be 2 or 3 people, right? So thank you. I genuinely thank you for being here. Now that said, democracy is a beautiful thing. It also goes hand in hand with order. So I'm going to ask you to respect those rules, turn your cell phones off, make sure we maintain the quorum. You know, we've got the sheriff here. They're always here, by the way. They're not here just for a special occasion. So, you know, I don't want to call on them, so please don't put us in a position where we have to do that. So again, we're going to respect order, and thank you all for being here. So the first item tonight is the approval of the agenda. Commissioners and staff, are there any amendments to the agenda as proposed?
Mayor, I'd like to add a discussion item if I could.
Sure.
I'd like to add a discussion item about our process for when new ordinances come before the commission.
That would be item 7C. Process. Commissioner Marriott. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I was just making a note here. If possible, I'd like to move item J to an action, please. And that would be the Pass-A-Grill title check valves.
Item J.
They're under consent.
Okay, with Half Associates.
Yes.
So that'll be 5A. Thank you. Any other amendments? I would like to add a discussion item, 7D, on the proposed noise ordinance. Any other changes? Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yes.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. With that, we move on to item 2A, the Helene and Milton recovery efforts update.
Thank you, Mayor, City Commission. Tonight, we actually have 3 separate presenters, 3 topics. Fire Station 22 update will kick us off. Then we'll have the Public Works Director give an overview of how we're prioritizing the repairs of all the damage from the storm. And then lastly, you'll get your general update from the Community Development Director. They are all timed, so I'd ask that you let them finish the presentation and ask questions after if possible. Thank you, and Fire Chief, you're up.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you all. So I was asked to bring this topic to you all tonight, the Fire Station 22 update. Start with a brief overview. Station 22, 1950 Paso Grill Way. Built in 1974. Of interest with this conversation tonight, some of the information that I gained from the research was that it was moved to this position after Hurricane Agnes came through in 1972. Currently houses a maximum of 5 firefighters, with 3 sharing a bunk room of less than 160 square feet. Serves St. Pete Beach neighborhoods of Bella Vista, Vita Del Mar, Don Cesar Place, and historic Paso Grill, along with the surrounding area. There's always been a question as far as the viability of Station 22 in my experience. And 2011, McCarthy and Associates were hired to conduct a structural analysis that identified deficiencies, including the inability of the structure to withstand hurricane force winds of 130 miles per hour, which is the current building code. The report stated the hardening of the structure would cost $350,000. That's in 2011 dollars, and that would trigger the FEMA 50% rule. The report recommended replacing the station with a Category 5 hurricane-resistant facility to ensure the operational continuity of the department during disasters. The decision was made not to go with a Cat 5 structure, but to remove the hose tower as it was structurally leaning and do some cosmetic repairs, kitchen, paint, and flooring. Pre-storms conditions. In addition to these recommendations, the following concerns were noted and are still cause for concern today. The 7 overhead doors have not been upgraded to meet current wind load requirements. Exterior walls or masonry visibly damaged, especially on the east elevation. There's apparent leaks to the southwest corner with damage to the overhead steel joists, part of that roof structure, and the electrical panel. North end and south offices consist of brick construction, which is permeable. There's moisture in that area. Evidence of water leaks in that north brick wall, specifically in the windows, around the windows, and the wall is visibly damaged. It's spalling, and the concrete is coming off. Construction of the roof system is particularly susceptible to wind loads. Again, in 2017, Hurricane Irma delivered a lancing blow to the city. Damage was minimal in comparison to other areas. Station 22 had a catastrophic generator failure, amongst other damage. It created an issue where it was uninhabitable for weeks. We relocated to Station 23, causing significant increases in response times. In September 2019, the city of St. Pete Beach launched a strategic planning process. One goal of that strategic process was resiliency. Due to the age, design, and current condition of the existing structure, a replacement project was created. After 50 years of active use as a fire station, the structure had unfortunately reached the end of its useful life. With an initial estimate of construction of $4 million, a $2 million earmark was attained from the state with the assistance of Representative Linda Cheney. The city hired Sweet Sparkman Architects to create the design. The preliminary design was approved by the Historic Preservation Board as well as the commission unanimously. With inflation, delays, and other factors, costs rose to an estimated $10 to $12 million. Post-storm. After the impacts of Helene and Milton, damage is above the 50% value, triggering FEMA compliance and current building NFPA code. Bringing the current structure into compliance is not cost effective. We have limited grant funding options which are competitively based. Staff, with the assistance of FDM, is working to provide more options. Shoemaker and advisors, our lobbyists, is assisting with another appropriation request in the amount of $3 million. Note that there are similar requests being made by other first responder organizations in the area also impacted by Helene and Milton. A loan is another possibility. A bond issue is another option. Permitting and construction is estimated to take 16 months. Grant rules may require permitting to be complete prior to the award. Here's a slide that our finance department put together that can give you an idea of what the funding options look like if we go with a loan. Oh, yeah, sure. Here's our finance director.
Yep, hi, Finance Director Andrew Laughlin here. Just to give you a quick overview of what the financing could look like if we were to borrow $12 million. There's be typically 2 routes that we would go. One is just bank debt, go through a bank loan. The advantage of that is the issuance cost would be a little less than if we were going through a public issuance and issuing public debt. However, the interest rate on a public debt would be a little more favorable compared to bank debt. So really what it comes down to is what is the amount of the principal that we would need to borrow. So this would be if we were borrowing the entire amount at $12 million. If there's other sources of funding, grant funding and otherwise, state appropriation that we could to offset the total cost of this project, then that could factor into the decision. But just want to present you with what the total interest cost looks like, the amount of the annual debt service requirement, and then a comparison of the interest rates if we were to go on a 15-year bank note, 20-year bank note, or go longer on a 30-year bonds. Because typically banks will only lend about 10, 15, possibly 20 years, depending on the size of the issuance. So if we want to stretch that longer, that means less annual debt service requirement, but then we'd go with probably the public debt route. So just want to present that to you in conjunction with this presentation. Take any questions if you have them. Otherwise, turn it back over to Jim.
Thank you. A report by an FDM vendor estimated the cost of repairs at over $250,000. While the estimate and report is extensive, it does not bring the structure to current code. An internal report in conjunction with the Fire Marshal's office this year listed some of the code deficiencies of the existing structure. This is a summary. I had over 4 pages of code issues that with the current structure. Some of these are quite pricey, and of course, they would need to be done before we could occupy the structure. Renovation is not viable. Although the price of $250,000 sounds low, bringing it to current code could run that price up quite a bit. Renovation costs often cost nearly as much as rebuilding, according to the Station Design Conference presentation that I saw in 2024. The FEMA 50% rule: repair costs will exceed 50% of the building value. Full compliance with modern codes is required, driving repair costs even higher. The structure is outdated. The existing station does not meet NFPA, OSHA, ADA, or current building code standards. There are no gender-neutral living quarters. There's no area for hot zone design. The current apparatus does not fit into the bays. It does not account for future growth. Hidden costs of renovation: upgrading the electrical, the plumbing, the HVAC, the contamination control systems, and the hardening of the structure to meet the current 130-mile-an-hour wind load requirements would far exceed $250,000. NFPA data shows construction costs in urban areas such as ours average around $1,171 a square foot. Even with repairs, the station would not support the modern fire service operations efficiently. The staff currently is in a portable structure provided by FEMA. It's at the Don Vista building. The current monthly cost is $57,000. 100% of that cost is covered by FEMA until February 28th. After that, it goes to a 75-25 split. Currently, we are coordinating with a new vendor to deliver something similar to a double-wide trailer that would cost $47,000 to set up, with recurring monthly costs of approximately $7,500. Temporary station considerations: it's not a long-term option. It's not designed for that. The ongoing rental costs, renting and modifying the space, adds financial strain. Operational efficiency: it may impact response times and firefighter readiness. Uncertain future: the permanent solution is necessary to maintain the service levels. The staff recommendation is to proceed with demolition. The current station is beyond cost-effective repair. Plan for long-term housing for the temporary rented station is not viable as a long-term solution, as I mentioned, and construct a new station, ensure compliance with modern fire and safety standards. Next steps: our recommendation is to demo the station, finalize engineering and compliance plans, confirm cost estimates and regulatory requirements, and secure funding and approvals, identify grants, budget allocations, and financing options. Develop a transition timeline to ensure a smooth shift to a permanent solution. Maintain transparency with city leadership and the community. That's all I have. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, questions? You have your in front of you, so turn to green if you'd like to speak. Commissioner Mulholland, you're up first.
Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have questions for both Mr. Laughlin and the chief. Chief, you had mentioned double wide. That would be at the Dawn Vista?
At this point, yes, sir.
And so during an evacuation period, obviously we don't want the firefighters in a double wide trailer 300 feet from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America. So where would they go during the initial phases of an evacuation before they actually left the island?
Those double wides, excuse me, I'm sorry. Those double wides are wind rated for the 130 mile an hour. So initially they could stay prior to evacuation, but once we evacuate in any storm, the stations are evacuated as well. So they would be leaving just as we do now.
So that wouldn't be an issue in the short term. We wouldn't have to be concerned about their safety in a double wide.
No, sir.
When you use that word, there's the connotation, I know you understand that, you know, a 70 mile an hour wind would blow it over. So
I could say camper. Does that sound better?
So currently, we're receiving from FEMA $57,000 a month for the fire department being at the Dawn Vista?
We're not receiving that money. Those funds are reimbursed. So we pay for that, and then FEMA reimburses us for it.
So who are we paying that to?
To the vendor.
Okay, for all the modular units that are there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand. I thought maybe we had converted the Dawn Vista from the worst investment in the city to the best, but apparently that's not the case. The 75-25 split, we talk about on February 28th that it goes to that split.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that last, the split?
I'm assuming, I'll have to confirm that, but I assume it's approximately 90 days.
Okay, so it's certainly not for an extended period of time.
No, sir.
Okay, Chief, I think that's all the questions I have for you, but I do have some for Mr. Laughlin. So currently, sir, you presented the finance, which I show as being on my page 8. And you addressed the bank notes, 10, 15, 20, and then a 30-year bond. And this question might be for the chief, or it may actually be for Mr. Mills. What's the life expectancy of the new station anticipated to be? I know the current one is at 50 years, and we're being told that it has to be replaced, should have been replaced 15 years ago. So is the life expectancy 30 years, 50 years, 100 years? What's our sense? Because that certainly has to be part of the calculus on borrowing money.
Yes, sir. Based on my research, 60 to 75 years with new modern construction techniques. So a longer time than the current structure.
Did you say 50 or 60 to 70?
60 to 75 years is what I've read.
Okay. So a lot can change in that period of time, and I understand that. But safe to say that the expectation would be that the new structure would be good for 50 years.
That would be a minimum, I would assume.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Laughlin, as I look at our city debt load, and I look at this from the perspective that we've got $25 million currently over the next 5 years in likely unfunded liabilities for sewer and water projects. Is that, in round figures, is that reasonably accurate?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I thought so. So we currently have a long-term debt of $32,795, unless I missed a keystroke, but I think that's pretty close to what our long-term debt is. And when I say long-term, essentially anything over a year. I know we have one note that's maturing this year that will roll off on 9/15/26. We have another note that will roll off in 2027 on 9/23/27, but I included that in the long-term debt. So in round figures, it looks to me like the city has about $32 million in loans and bonds outstanding. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, based on the schedule I sent you all, I don't know if it was a month or so ago, I'm seeing 32,900,000. So yep, right in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, and I would say that the coupon rate or the bond rate, the interest rate / coupon rate for a bond or the interest rate for a loan, the rates of all of our loans are quite attractive. So I don't want to say it's almost free money, but it is almost free money. So we're really we've got great rates on our long-term debt, so that's a good thing. But with this proposal of replacing this fire station, we're certainly looking at adding to long-term debt, whether it be a bank note or whether it be a loan. So as I see it, our annual debt service is about $2.5 million today. $225,000 of that will be rolling off in September of '27. I apologize. $222,000 of that will roll off in September of '26, and $225,000 of that will roll off in September of '27. And I'm not asking you to confirm that because you may not be prepared for that.
I'm checking my schedule and your comments. They look very accurate so far.
Okay. So we've got, in round figures, about $447,000 in long-term debt that's rolling off the annual burden on the city within the next, let's say, 18 months, or before the fire station would be finished. So I just want to put that out there as we make a decision on how we think we might move forward with this. Sewer and water aside, because that's, hasn't been dealt with yet and needs to be dealt with, but specific to this situation, I kind of wanted to frame it so people understood. Does that mean I'm out of time?
No. No, sir.
I wanted to frame it on kind of where we are with debt and what we have rolling off. And as I look at your financing options here, the 30-year bond, which based on our situation certainly seems reasonable to me, so far as what the ultimate cost is, not only in interest rate, but based on the life expectancy of the fire station. So we would be picking up annually, as I see it, somewhere in the neighborhood of, I've got it here somewhere, got a lot of notes on this, but in round figures, I think it's around $350,000 a year in additional debt to build this fire station. If we went with the 30-year bond, which from my perspective, I hate debt, but we kind of have to deal with the realities. So as I see it, we're potentially looking at increasing our costs once this station is done by about $350,000 a year. And I thought I had the exact figures, but I have a lot of figures here and only but so much time. Here we go. $281,000 of additional debt load to the city moving forward were we to do the 30-year bond. So my question as it relates to the bond, because I'm willing to be talked out of it by the other commissioners or by city staff or the residents, but based on everything I see, if we're going to do this, the 30-year bond's probably the way to go. My question would be, would we be floating a general obligation or a utility bond for this project?
No, it wouldn't be utility, because this isn't an enterprise operation, so the fire and EMS is in governmental activities. So in terms of what we would pledge, that wouldn't be user fees from utility, related to utilities, but we would look at, pledging certain non-utility, general revenue, if it's non-ad valorem or parking revenues. So we'd sort through that in terms of the structure of the debt and what the pledge would be. But it would not be on the utility side. So this wouldn't affect water rates from payers, since this isn't utility related.
Okay, so the 4.3% interest rate or coupon rate for the bond, and those, I understand those float around, so that could be less, it could be more, depending on when we actually issue the bond. So that would be based on a utility bond for the credit rating of St. Pete Beach, is that 432 figure, not a general obligation bond for St. Pete Beach and our credit rating.
No, I believe that's not based on a utility-related bond. I mean, that would be more general obligation debt, and that's just preliminary estimates. We haven't.
So we could potentially, I just want to be eyes wide open on this. So we could potentially be looking at maybe 0.25% more on a utility bond, or possibly the estimated cost of the issuance, because we might have to insure a utility bond, that there could be additional expense that's not reflected here if we're doing a utility bond as opposed to a general obligation bond.
I mean, I have to look into the legality of structuring this debt as a utility bond, considering this is completely independent of our wastewater and reclaimed water utility system. So I think we'd be looking at our governmental revenue sources, and that would be the source of the pledge for this type of debt issuance. And so I think those rates take that into consideration.
Okay. So just as a general comment, I am far from a financial advisor. I'm a one-man show. Generally, or I don't want to use the word generally, typically a general obligation bond is more onerous to a city in so much that, Mr. City Attorney, please correct me if I'm misspeaking here, a general obligation bond ties all city revenue assets to guaranteeing the payment of that bond, irrespective of what happens to the particular facility that the bond's issued for. Whereas a utility bond is specific to the utility/facility that the bond is issued for, which creates less ultimate risk to the city in the case of a default. So I just think it's important. I think personally, either way, whether it's a GO or or a utility bond, based on everything I've seen so far, if we go forward with this, I am in the camp of issuing a bond, but I think it's important that everybody understands that it will either be a general obligation or a utility bond, and if we issue a GO, then we are essentially securing all assets and revenues of the city to that bond as opposed to the specific project. Am I correct or incorrect on that, or do you have an opinion on that, Mr. City Attorney?
We just have one additional legal fact that you may enter into your decision-making, and that's if it's a general obligation bond, you have to go to a referendum of the citizens in a ballot. So it would have to be placed on an election.
Okay. So that would add a lot of time to the project. So if the commission feels that, and the city staff and the commission feels in all of its power, whatever that might be, that we wanted to move forward on a bond, we would have to make the decision that it would have to be a utility bond, as I understand it, if time is of the essence, because a referendum, as we've learned in the past here, elections and referendums don't happen quickly around here. So in order to meet the timelines that have been laid out, we would likely have to do a utility bond. Does that complicate things for you? I mean, you
Well-
kind of were already advocating for the utility bond.
Do we have
Well,
a fire assessment or no in this city? I'm not sure. Is there a fire assessment like there
No.
was some other? Oh, okay.
We don't have one. I mean, what we could do is a much broader conversation on financing. We could bring the city's contracted financial advisor here to talk about how to structure the debt. Like I mentioned, a 2 to 10 million is a great sweet spot for issuing a bank note at a slightly higher interest rate, lower issuance costs, the less impediments to issue, you know, in terms, and I don't have the details on the types of revenue sources we would pledge for that, non-ad valorem revenue to pledge, and the inner workings of that, but we can certainly workshop that, bring our FA in to give you, you know, all that detail. We just wanted to present just a quick overview what this could look like, and if it's something we want to pursue, then we can have a deeper dive exploration and discussion on the inner workings of the financing and what's the best course of action you know, best interest rate, best for the city, best duration, in terms of the term of the debt that we're comfortable with, and the financing mechanism, bank versus bond.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have one more question, and then hopefully I'll be done. Of the $12 million, no matter how we fund it, we've already received, or we did receive, an initial grant of $2 million, I think, from Representative Cheney.
Yep.
What's the timeout on that? When do we have to actually commit to what we're doing in order for that grant to still be good and not have to go back and beg for it to be reissued to us?
I'd have to find out more about that, Commissioner. I did send a question to the state. I have not received a response yet as far as that timeline, as far as how soon we have to spend the money.
So the financing options that were presented tonight, as I understand it, are without any additional help,
Correct.
including Representative Cheney's grant that she gained for the city. I mean, I know that our lobbyists are working on grants and all that, but so far as a bird in hand, the only one we know is Representative, she was a commissioner, Representative Cheney's grant that we received, which I believe was for $2 million. But that could time out on us. But this $12 million is being presented does not include that.
It's under the assumption there's no other funding sources, revenue sources that can defray those costs. But if we do, then obviously the amount that we would need to issue in debt would reduce, and then maybe that makes a bank loan more attractive than a public issuance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Marriott.
Sure, Fire Chief, I've just got a quick question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's for everybody looking at it from the outside, that's a big jump from a $4 million firehouse to a $12 million firehouse.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a city full of people who are also in the position of having to rebuild their houses and face some tough choices about how much money they have and how much they can spend and what they want. And so have we looked at any options for a less expensive firehouse, or is it just a $12 million firehouse or nothing?
You know, we've spoken to the architect. There are some elements of the fire station that could be eliminated, but they don't provide for substantial savings. There's a community/training room that if we eliminate it, you know, we were told that it would possibly reduce the cost by $500,000. It's pretty bare bones as it is. Its strength really is not in its resiliency more so than, you know, it's not a lot of bells and whistles to that structure.
Okay.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes, good evening. A question for you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Prior to the hurricane, the plan for the building was to demolish, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to verify that. And then also prior to the hurricane, what was the plan while being constructed, imagining that there was no hurricane, what was the plan while the fire station was being constructed for equipment or current staff, firefighters to be located? Where were they going to be back then? What was the plan?
We were still planning that, but something similar to what we're doing now with the double-wide trailer. We've also mentioned the Warren Webster building, but various sites for a double-wide trailer or one of the city structures. Warren Webster seemed like the most appropriate fit. We can't go any further south than that to meet response times, so we're kind of limited.
Okay, so part of the plan was to have double wide trailers. And with those double wide trailers, and this is a question, because of all the hurricanes and everything that's happened, does FEMA frown on us having these double wides on an island in a floodplain? Is that allowed?
It's allowed. It's not the most ideal solution, but that is really the most appropriate solution. They are wind rated. They will be hurricane strapped, but they're going to be more resilient than the actual structure that we're leaving currently, the old Station 22.
Okay, so they'll be strapped as well. So not, because I'm thinking of flood as well, not just wind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, flood would be something that we'd have to deal with. As you know from your own experience, my own experience, it's tough to run from flood. You can run from wind, you can't run from flood. So we'd have to adapt once that occurred, if it occurred.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
I just have one question. How much of the building was insured? What were the insured amount on the building? Did we get anything?
As late as this afternoon, as I was coming to the meeting, I think there was a figure of 1.25.
Okay. So we'll get some of that insurance money
Yes, ma'am.
to go towards this reconstruction. So that's good news.
Yes. There's also, like I said, a legislative budget request already in progress with Representative Cheney, hopefully to meet with the previous one as well. So.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Mulholland.
I don't know how that happened. I apologize.
All right.
Thought I had it figured out.
Thank you, sir. So, Chief, how much are we getting from the insurance?
I'm not sure what the amount is that we're going to be getting from the insurance.
Have we had an estimate or an adjuster out and they've given us a number, or?
The amount it is insured for is 1.25.
Okay. Commissioner Mulholland, just to address one of your questions, because of the way that our city elections are structured, they run opposite of midterms and general elections and federal elections. So we have an election almost every 6 months available in the city. So so if we had to go that route with a referendum, I don't think it wouldn't delay us by 2 years like a normal election cycle, or even by a year. It might be something where we would be probably 3 to 6 months out, which we could easily plan for. So if that's the route that we want to go now, we would just plan for the November elections, or whatever the next Pinellas election cycle is. So, Chief or City Manager, I'm going to ask you a really tough question. And I've been asked this question many times in the last couple of weeks about a number of different topics and items that we brought before the commission. We're dealing with the aftermath of 2 hurricanes. We're dealing with catastrophic failure of our sewer system to the tune of a minimum of $25 million, as much as $35 million. And now we're looking at another $12 million. I guess the question is, and this is not a loaded question, this is a genuine, serious question. Why now? Why do we have to do this now? Or is it something that we can put off? What are we looking at?
I think the time is now. The funding sources that we have are due to the hurricane are here and present. If we move on, those may go away. We cannot progress, we cannot stay in these temporary structures any longer. We have to move forward. It's an investment in the future. Like I said, the previous structure served us for 50 years. This structure hopefully can serve us for 50, 60, 75 years with the appropriate design and construction. We need that asset down at the south end of the island. We're geographically isolated, and we need that station to be there so that we can meet response times and serve the public to the level that they expect.
Okay. And so if we didn't do this now, if we went with the options, I think based on the presentation, it would be about $250,000 to bring the station back to functional, understanding that it would not bring it up to code, but just functional?
It would bring it back to 1974.
Okay.
So we cannot build in any new systems. We cannot build in any new programs into that station. It is bursting at the seams. It was never meant to have the staff that is in it currently. It was built for administrative staff. The front bunk room is actually the former chief's office. So we've tried our best. We've invested a lot of sweat equity into that station. We've tried to make it livable. And we've stretched it, I believe, as far as we can stretch it.
And if we weren't to do this now, right, so if we went with the let's fix it option, $12 million sounds like a lot, what would that mean for the long-term viability of us able to provide emergency services to the community?
We'd be in the same boat, the same decision points that we all have with our homes that live out here. Is it to make it more resilient or to go back to the way it was? We have to make it more resilient because we're responsible for the public from that structure. We have a lot of people to serve in that area, and we could be affected just like we were affected with Helene and Milton, just like we were affected with Irma, just like we were affected with Hurricane Agnes back in 1972. We're going to continue to live that same lesson over and over again as these storms keep getting bigger and stronger. So we need to rise up literally and figuratively and meet that need.
So is it your professional opinion and recommendation that at this time, our emergency services are not sustainable in the current state, and if we want to be able to service our community, this has to get done sooner rather than later?
It is my opinion. It's the opinion of the fire marshal. It's the opinion of our staff. We've gone through that building over and over again. We've toured that structure with multiple commissions and commissioners, and the same answer always comes at the end of that tour. So we've just tried to push it back, to the back burner over and over again, because we realize it's a large ticket item, but it's something that is needed, in my opinion. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Any further questions for the Chief? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So there were 3 presentations?
Yes, Director Mills?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Charter officials. For the record, my name is Camden Mills, and I have the pleasure of serving as your Public Services Director. So this evening, I would like to follow up on our previous discussion at the priority workshop that we had in December and go over some of the priority projects that we're working through for our storm recovery. When evaluating which projects would fall into the priority ranking, there's several criteria that we looked at. First and foremost is public health and safety, the extent to which the project would address the health and safety. Community impact, the infrastructure vulnerability, which would be the risk and additional damage or failure of repairs are delayed. Critical services to our community, as well as economic impact. In our priority work session back in December, we presented over 20 projects that we're pursuing through FEMA and insurance. These are the top 5 that staff is currently prioritizing and working through. First and foremost is our wastewater system and our stormwater system. Next would come our critical facilities, such as Fire Station 22, our public services building, and our community center and rec center. And then next would come some of the critical infrastructure of our Paso Grill Way seawall and the Golfway roadway and beach wall. Give you a high-level overview of our wastewater system. Our preliminary damage estimate has over $7.5 million of damage, significant damage to 11 of the 21 lift stations, mainly from Hurricane Helene and the flooding damage that occurred to our electrical systems. Master Pump Station 1 is a critical project and component of our wastewater system. To date, we've completed about $130,000 worth of repair, but we have close to $2 million of remaining work. With this project, Pump Station 1 is insured. As I mentioned, we are pursuing the FEMA project, and it is as well as a budgeted capital improvement program project. So we are progressing with that capital improvement project. Next would be the remaining lift stations, so the other lift stations that were impacted from the storms. In total, those repairs are going to cost about $3.6 million. These facilities are insured, and again, we are pursuing FEMA. For these, we have hired an engineering consultant to help with the engineering design for the rehabilitation, and we are pursuing mitigation measures where we can to add in resilience. Next would be our underground pipe and structure system. Here we're proposing a system-wide cleaning and televising. This will help clean some of the sand and grit that was put into the system from the storm surge, as well as the TVs component of it, which would help us inspect to identify damages that we can't see from the surface and help us prioritize long-term asset management. Our underground sewer system piping and manholes are not insured, so we're pursuing FEMA as our main funding source. Right now, we're drafting scope of services for a contractor to come and clean and televise the system. This is a brief overview of some of the recovery completed to date for our wastewater system. For our Master Pump Station 1, all the replacement equipment associated with that capital project has been ordered in the pump purchase orders issued. That totals just under $2 million. Our communication equipment is now operational, so we have visibility on our different lift stations throughout the city, so we're able to monitor alarms and address those as needed. 11 temporary control panels have been installed, again, so we can have more fine-tuning control of those lift stations. We had 5 portable bypass pumps in operation. To date, 3 of those have been demobilized. We still have 2 that are out there that we plan to demobilize in the next couple weeks. And we have ordered over 10 lift station pumps that were damaged to be installed as those are delivered. We have our site damage inspections with FEMA scheduled later this month for the 26th and 27th. So after those meetings are completed, we'll progress on a clear path forward. Next would be our stormwater system. Similar to our wastewater system, we're proposing a system-wide cleaning and inspection. This facilities aren't insured, so we're pursuing a FEMA project. And we're, again, in the process of drafting scope of services to advertise for construction services to complete that cleaning and televising. Next, I'll get into some of our critical facilities. As the fire chief mentioned, our Fire Station 22, the total insured value is just over $1.2 million, so we're working with our insurance to see exactly what they would pay out for that. This project is insured, and then we're pursuing FEMA as well as utilizing our capital project funds to move forward with the engineering and architectural design. The FEMA site inspections for this facility were recently completed on January 28th and 29th. Next critical facility, which has some economic impact to our community, is our rec center and our community center. This sustained quite a bit of damage, in total, almost $3 million. We are pursuing insurance and FEMA for this. Right now, we're in the process of finalizing the scope of the construction work for repairs, and that's a coordination between our city facilities staff, the insurance, and the contractor that we have planned to do the repair work. And then the third critical facility is our public services building. This is the facility that our operations for streets and stormwater, wastewater, beach cleanup, and parks is all operated out of. Majority of the damage sustained was from the flooding from Hurricane Helene. To date, we've completed about $40,000 of emergency work, but we have over $200,000 of remaining work to complete. And again, we are pursuing insurance and FEMA, as well as leveraging already budgeted capital improvement funds to move these projects forward. Our site inspection with FEMA for this facility is scheduled for March 11th. Our next two projects are some critical infrastructure that would pose life safety concerns. First is our Paso Grill seawall. Various locations between 1st Avenue and 12th Avenue, particularly the sections that weren't recently constructed. Right now, we're estimating this repair work to be in the range of $5 million. You would notice an asterisk there because that is still to be determined and finalized. We're issuing a task order to a geotechnical engineering firm to perform some additional underground investigation so we can determine any anomalies in the upland soil material adjacent to that seawall to determine if there's any additional work maybe into the roadway that would be required. So this is definitely a high priority project for us that we're going to continue to investigate. This facility is not insured, so we are pursuing a FEMA project for this. And then next would be our Golfway roadway between 1st Ave up north of 20th Avenue. To date, we have completed about $40,000 of repairs. That's some of the asphalt patchwork you can see in some of the intersections that were severely damaged, but we still have about $2 million of work left to complete. We did have a resurfacing project scheduled for Golfway in our capital improvement program. The design for that project is completed, so when we do repair this road, we do already have a design shovel ready in hand. So we're pursuing FEMA and scheduling the site inspection so we can move forward with this project. It's anticipated that our site inspections for the Paso Grill Way seawall and this Golfway project will both take place in March. Next is a diagram from FEMA that just outlines a flow chart of the public assistance process. When we had our priority work session in December, we were in that phase 1 portion where we were identifying our damage and reporting that to insurance and FEMA. Since then, we have moved into the phase 2. We've completed our recovery scoping meeting with FEMA. We have been assigned a project manager that will work through us through all of these various projects over the next few years. And boxed in red is where we're currently at, scheduling our site damage inspections. From there, FEMA will corroborate their inspection data with our inspection data, and then we'll move into phase 3 where we'll finalize the costing. And I would note, as previously stated, Fire Station 22 FEMA inspection's been completed, as well as our shuffleboard shack. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners? Commissioner Mulholland?
Mr. Mills, so there's a lot of damage on the old seawall on Paso Grill Way. I mean, it's obvious to the eye if you look at it. It was my understanding there was one section that we were particularly concerned about that maybe was at risk collapsing to a point where Paso Grill Way would have to be shut down. I haven't really been able to ascertain exactly which spot that is. Do you know that off the tip?
That's around 12th Avenue. There's an area there where the sidewalk is currently barricaded off, so that's the section of concern. What particularly the concern is the upland soil material beneath that sidewalk has migrated through some of the leaky joints in that seawall and going out into the bay. So that soil material that stabilizes that sidewalk is now gone, and that's where you see where the sidewalk has collapsed. When we did the phase 1 construction, we did the geotechnical radar to identify any anomalies, and that was an area where anomalies were identified. So we wanted to come back and do a post-storm scan so we can compare what that is and see if that soil migration has gone out into the roadway or not.
I had requested clarification from your predecessor shortly before you took over. It was my understanding, and I didn't know if it was the 12th Avenue seawall, but there was one of the seawalls there that we were having issues with that was privately owned, which didn't make sense to me, but the 12th Avenue is not privately owned.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I will say this, there's one down, I don't know the avenue, I want to say maybe 4th. I literally just noticed it this morning. The cap of the seawall all the way down to the water is bulging. And I thought when I saw that today, because I was going to ask you this question, sometime in the near future about, which one was at risk of losing the road. But there's another one down there that, I mean, it almost looks worse than the 12th is kind of collapsed in itself. This one is like bulged out, and I want to say it's around 4th Avenue, but it's from the seawall cap like down to the water, and it's pooched out. So anyway, I just want to make that comment. So the $2.269 million for Gulf Way, does that include, because you had mentioned it earlier as a priority project, does that include the, what I'll call the boardwalk? I know most people call it a sidewalk. The boardwalk wall that will protect the dunes, is that included in that $2.26 million, or is that a different project?
Yes, sir. That would be included, and we would pursue that wall replacement. With FEMA right now, we've packaged that up as one project that we want to pursue. As we're doing, the work within that full, we would evaluate it full right-of-way width. Yeah.
And I heard you say March. Something about that in March. March what? We might know something from FEMA. March, we might be able to issue an RFP, or what?
March would be the date that we're targeting to schedule our inspections with FEMA, so they could come out on site and look at the damage, and then we can prioritize next steps.
So best case scenario, that wall, I'm less concerned about the road than I am the wall because of the dunes. Best case scenario, that wall might start getting put up in June or July. Is that maybe
I'd say best case.
I'm not going to hold you to that. I'm just, want to get some sense.
I would say best case. We would want there to be some sort of engineering design, put forth to the wall. Would propose it'd be, structurally designed to support the dunes if it were to wash through again. But yeah, I think that would be the soonest that we would see something. As we're working and having these discussions with FEMA, I think we need to explore some temporary measures too to see what options we have ahead of next storm season if that construction wouldn't be completed by then.
So you're on board with absolutely exploring some type of temporary measure were we not to be able to get serious action on that wall to protect those dunes so they don't end up washing out again and all the bad things that happen from that for a whole bunch of reasons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mills. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson?
This is kind of a hard question, but maybe you might know. Historically, what percentage has FEMA actually covered?
I can't tell you that.
From other cities, any knowledge on that? I mean, this is disaster recovery funding from FEMA because we're in the NFIP.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're getting that funding from, because we're in the NFIP.
Through their public
Program.
assistance program. But I would have to do some further research to have an educated response on that.
No, I figured it was a guess, but I just didn't know if you've talked to any of the other cities that have as well. We're in the NFIP, and what percentage they, got back or were able to get from the disaster recovery. I don't know if it's a, 100% or 50 or thereabouts. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a couple projects that weren't insured, like the seawall, correct? And so what do we do in a situation where we don't receive any federal grants or any FEMA or any state level grants?
I think at that point, we would present to the commission to seek direction on if you'd want us to pursue using our general fund.
Okay. So now we're adding to the fire station, to the sewer system, reclaimed water, and the stormwater as well, correct? Okay. Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Commissioner Reznicki, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Denise Sanderson, Interim Community Development Director. This is our typical presentation, if you will, covering most of the standard items you've come to expect from this presentation. We'll be talking about permit processing, inspections, damage determinations, and the appeals process associated with that, historic preservation applications, current staffing, the volunteer program, code enforcement, their new HUGS campaign, and beach debris. So in the permit processing, this was brought up in last commission meeting, so I just wish to talk through this a little bit. Our preferred approach is that all repairs to return a structure to its pre-damaged condition are included within a single permit. That's easiest for us to approach in terms of review of the SISD package, which must accompany very often the building permit application. Of note here, it may be a little bit different for condominiums depending on their documentation. Alternative approach, though, you may be able to submit for multiple permits, but must disclose in each permit the total cost of repairs through the SISD package. The pro there, of course, is that it reduces the risk of having high-value open permits during hurricane season. One of the cons is that, of course, it's more labor-intensive. It requires that the plans examiner research multiple permits to ensure total cost does not exceed that 50%. Our current permit status, to date, we've issued, as of Sunday, 1,822 permits. You can see there how the other permits are moving through the process of intake through review. We're currently issuing about 21 permits a day, and I'll note that specifically the challenge there is that many of our plans examiners are this push-pull with other municipalities, and so we're fighting to keep them on our dime, if you will, focusing on our permits, and so we're putting some pressure on them, and I expect to see that number increase shortly. We're averaging about 58 building inspections per day. We are able to meet next day commitments on building inspections, but I did want to talk through the policies associated with requesting building inspections. And that is, all inspections should be requested only when all work to be inspected is completed, and when requesting that inspection, you need to identify the date on which you wish that inspection to occur. There is a 2 p.m. cutoff for next business day, and there are no exceptions to that. If you enter for next business day after 2 o'clock, it will not roll over, and it must be entered again to get on the schedule. If there are outstanding issues, an example of this is a notice of commencement is not yet on file, or you've requested the wrong inspection, a final electric before a rough electric as an example, the request is denied and again must be re-entered when you've resolved your issue. There are no inspections currently on Saturdays, Sundays, or holidays, and we're not able to guarantee specific time requests. And most importantly, upon completion of work, get your final inspection and close that permit. In terms of building inspections, these are typically what we're seeing as a result of the hurricanes. For interior damage only in a single family residence, you would often see rough electric, plumbing, and mechanical, an insulation inspection, a drywall screw inspection, and then final of those same mechanicals of electric and plumbing, and then final building. We were just able to work with our permit system, our permit placards now, beginning this week, will identify only those required inspections that you must have. And so that will hopefully clarify for homeowners on that permit placard what inspections they must call for. Unfortunately, iWork could not put them in appropriate order, but we are expecting homeowners and contractors to pay attention to that permit placard and call for inspections as appropriate. As it relates to substantial and non-substantial damage determinations, we've issued 2,258 determinations. 625 is our estimate pending from Tidal Basin. And as you can see there, the majority of these are non-substantially damaged, with about 1,460 non-substantial. In the appeals process, so far we've had 443 submitted, 73 are in various stages of progress, 0 have been denied, and 370 have been approved. Some of those have been taking a substantial damage down to non-substantial, taking non-substantial to substantial. It's gone both directions, the majority of which are, of course, substantial to non-substantial damage determinations. We always recommend photos, private market appraisal if necessary, and detailed cost of repairs to support that appeals process, and we may require an on-site inspection. In terms of local historic designation and certificates of appropriateness, you can see there we've had 47 applications submitted. 33 have been approved, 12 pending, 9 need additional information, some of which can be quite extensive, including a creation of a Florida master site file. And forgive me, I did have one, I believe, withdrawn there. Certificate of appropriateness, we've had 10 demolition applications submitted, 8 are approved, 2 are pending. And restoration, 3 applications submitted, 1 approved, 1 pending, and 1 withdrawn. Elevate Florida, this was updated to our website yesterday. Brand new information coming out of Florida Division of Emergency Management, and that is that the Elevate Florida application portal has been launched. We put that out on social media as well. Please do encourage everyone to check our housing recovery support webpage for more information, where you'll find information about owner eligibility, eligible types of construction projects, some prioritization that the state has announced, and then potential program benefits and contact information for the state. The city is not managing this program in any way, shape, or form. Staffing allocation by type, just draw your attention to the bottom lines there. We did receive administrative support last Monday. We have a gentleman working on substantial damage administrative procedures plan, and in-house administrative support helping us with internal communications and documentation of our policies. We also, as of yesterday, brought on 10 technicians that will be going out into the community working directly with homeowners on, they can conduct substantial damage estimates or reassessments. They can do owner-builder permits and handle owner-builder paperwork, I should say, for permit applications and the SISD review package, as well as handle appeals, those on-site inspections, if you will. So this is all tied to that mission request. We did suspend the commercial SD assessments. Tidal Basin largely handled that. But our new technicians coming on board yesterday will be able to pick up some of what may have been missing there. And as I said, the administrative support. So of the 3 mission requests that went in, 2 have been fulfilled, and we've sunset, if you will, that top line there. Our volunteer program, we have 26 active volunteers. They are residents, contractors, and just very passionate and interested people that have come into our community and have particular skill sets that are helpful. They've all completed a 2-hour training, and they work in 4-hour shifts. They've done a wonderful job, I think, working with people and sort of walking people through what can often be very complex and intimidating. So as I've mentioned before, they're working with homeowners to prepare documents. They collect documents for drop-off so that you don't have to wait in line for our intake desk. And they answer a lot of general questions about the process. They themselves have been through it. Certainly we anticipate that we'll utilize them going forward as ambassadors of what we're doing in our office and support the programs, and to outreach and coordinate for those technicians that have just joined our team. So the Code Enforcement Hug Campaign, they're out giving hugs, if you will, and it's really what this is courtesy notices, as I believe we mentioned previously. Notices of violation are being withheld until April 1st. This courtesy notice identifies issue or violation that should be remedied and provides helpful, useful guidance at your hug. It gives Waste Connections information, refers you to information located on our website, and contact information to discuss your options with code enforcement, including extending of deadlines. Just briefly on breach debris, we have 3 locations identified where sand with debris was moved to the beach. 2 of those, 3804 and 4220 Gulf Boulevard, those are landward of the property line. They've worked with DEP and have obtained permits and are removing the sand. 7000 Beach Plaza, as you can see there, the city has roped off the pile to keep people out of that debris pile. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Do have mine on.
Commissioner Robinson?
Thank you, Denise, for everything you've done with the volunteer program. It's been awesome, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on that and expanding that. And I'm happy to hear about the phasing. So that's really good news, because I know we talked about that, and just have more questions on that, though. How to, if people have already put in permits, is it too late for them to go back and, you know, if they're just started the process, just put it in, and they want to go ahead and do some phasing on that, is it too late for them to do that?
That would be, unfortunately, I can't say if it would be too late. I'm sure we could work through that. It may require a resubmittal of building permit application so that the documents line up with the permit that's being issued.
Okay.
So it may require a little bit of work, but I would say that it's never too late if a permit has not been issued.
Okay, and I think we can work on that to get some more information out to the public so that they're aware that this is an option now. Would be great. Also, on the on-site inspections, I've run into quite a few residents that have indicated, you know, little to no damage. Are we still allowing the on-site inspections, them to call to have an on-site inspection to verify?
Yes, absolutely. And now that we have 10 additional people on staff, that response time should be very quick.
Okay, and who do they go to?
They send it in through Permits app. They can also send it in through an SD appeal if they wish to.
Okay,
do so.
awesome. And I know on February 3rd, on our community meeting, you also announced as well about, and I don't know when that started, but for the owner-builder, if their property is in trust,
Yes.
that's going through the property appraiser's, Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office to, what do they have to have a letter? How does that work?
Yeah.
What exactly is that, and when did that come about?
So a property appraiser's office will be able to provide, upon review of the trust documents, potentially be able to provide a trust verification letter. So under Florida Building Code, only owners of a single family or duplex can act as their own general contractor. And so therefore, a trust is typically looked at as a commercial enterprise, if you will. Property appraiser's office has taken a slightly different tack and is able to, upon review of that trust, can verify that whomever is occupying that home has the ability to make improvements, repairs, et cetera, has the authority to do so within the construct of that trust agreement. And then they will issue the verification letter, and we're, of course, accepting that and attaching that to the documentation so that we can issue owner-builder permits.
Yeah, I've been watching the property appraiser's website, and I see things added, because the BVR, the building value reconsideration, was an ad that they added that they never had before, and this as well as a new ad as well, correct?
That, and they've been incredible in that until December 1, we had no way to evaluate a condo building's structure value. In fact, we couldn't even get a condo unit's value, none of which was provided. And so they've been incredibly responsive. It's been quite remarkable, actually, and it's so beneficial to us to have that structure value now attached to condominium buildings.
Okay. I guess there's new things coming about all the time from every entity.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
While I have you still fresh on this topic, I know you as well, Commissioner Robinson. So we spoke about the volunteer program, and so huge kudos to Commissioner Robinson for coming up with the idea. And we've got 35, 36, volunteers right now who are in here at the front, inside this room over here on a daily basis, working from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., helping their residents, helping their neighbors going through this process. And as you were talking about the hugs on permits, I can't help but feel that maybe we could go a step further besides, giving just hugs, maybe giving a helping hand. So from what I saw, there were roughly about 100 code violations that went out to some of our residents. That was unfortunate. That was maybe a little over-eager on some of the automated systems. And a lot of those were, from what I saw, debris-related in a large part. Is there a way that we could maybe expand or look at expanding the volunteer program? I'm a big guy. I can shovel some stuff. I'm not that good at paperwork. And I'm sure there's a lot of people, like me who would love to just grab a shovel, grab some bags, get some dirt moving from people's houses, take care of that stuff so that we're not waiting on, FEMA's gone, right? They're not coming back. Waste Connection will do it if we bag it up properly. So at the very least, we could do it in a way. So is there a way that we could look at maybe expanding that program?
So I would ask the city manager to jump in here as well, if she would. We have talked about that. Our library director typically manages beach cleanup kind of coordination these days and other volunteer programs. And so we have had an internal discussion about how to perhaps implement something like that. I'm not sure that we've landed anywhere with that. It would be rather intensive for certainly community development to manage that kind of volunteer program. I suspect that there's probably nonprofits or church organizations that may be willing to take on some kind of coordination, but we've really not landed on an approach or a process to consider, though there has been some discussion about it.
We have a list of the homes.
Yes, but it goes beyond that. It's also those that have not entered the process yet with building permit applications.
Right.
We do know that there are homes that haven't been addressed in any way. People who are out of state or out of country and haven't come to their homes for those kinds of cleanup. So we are anticipating that it's perhaps bigger than just the violation process. I should note, though, if we did issue a violation, we are happy to extend those deadlines. We really just need to hear from those who received the violation, tell us what the plan is, or that you need more time for whatever reason, and we'll be happy to provide that. So the goal is compliance. It's never to take to magistrate. So, but we do need to have some measure of communication.
Okay. And since this was, Commissioner Robinson's baby, commissioners, would you be opposed to allowing her to take the lead on expanding and working with the city manager to expand the volunteer program?
Sure. Oh,
You okay with that, or you're not?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Reznicki? Great.
Great.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you. Some more?
Commissioner Mulholland?
Yeah, just real quickly, I just want to say that, the volunteer program, it really seems like it's a win. Every time I come to City Hall, they I never need them for anything. I wish they were here when I needed them for something, but they've been all over me, and not because I'm anybody. I come in jeans and a T-shirt, and, I am nobody. I'm just, another citizen, but none of them know me, and they're always really helpful. How can we help you? What do you need? It's just, really good to see. And just today, the group that was there today, there's three gentlemen, and they were just absolutely awesome. Like I say, I didn't need them, but there were times I wish they were here. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we can't say enough good things about our volunteers. Again, these are our neighbors, right? Helping neighbors. This is really what this community is about, is coming together when times are tough. And I can't say how much I appreciate that.
Great.
2 questions for you. Sorry, did you have something else?
Well, I was just going to say the next step in the process that we've talked about is expanding it to in-home, because very much worried about our elderly population and folks that aren't technically savvy, because the process is tough. The application's not easy. Just understanding the process, and we have people out there that are, all they know is they've gotten a letter. They're not internet savvy, they're not on the internet, they're not looking at anything, and all they know is they've got a letter and they're paralyzed. I got a phone call from a resident in District 3 whose brother lives in District 1, and I'm District 2, and it doesn't matter to me, but we talked through it, and her brother's in that paralyzed mode.
Yeah.
So I gave her some guidance. We're going to circle back on it. But those are the type of people that need handhold and just don't know how to do it. And she had mentioned, too, that her brother had had some older neighbors that, are walking around the community, and they haven't come to the city. They don't know anything. They don't know how to handle the process. Yeah. But I think extending the volunteer program out to a home-based and be able to help people at home is huge.
I do wish to say, one of my concerns with residents going into other residents, we do know that there's black mold out there in some of these homes that were not properly remediated. The 10 people that we have brought on board have a vast array of experience. They're insurance adjusters, construction experts, the like, and they have appropriate PPE. And so they are able, and bonded and insured, they're able to go into these homes. I'm much more hesitant to put potentially a resident at risk by going out to help another resident where the property may not be properly remediated.
Well, any way we can help them, I think we have to get out there to do that. I don't want to leave anybody behind, resident or business behind in the process. Because again, as I've been saying, we're February and we're 4 months away from hurricane season again. And so we really need to be able to get out there and do that and help everybody.
Agree.
All right, two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
So we've seen two numbers that really stuck out to me in your presentation on where we are in the number of permits. One, looks like the number jumped up almost 15-20% from the last report. I think it went up from 2,150 to almost 2,600. So that's a huge uptick in the last 2 weeks.
For substantial damage letters?
No, just for permits.
Okay,
submitted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 1,822 is what's been issued, and
Yeah. No, I'm saying the total number of requests.
Okay.
Right, so we saw, for some reason, there's still a lot of permits out there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so if you haven't submitted your permit, you have until April 22nd for the permit fee waiver.
Correct.
And so on the permits, so the second number that stuck out to me was, we went from issuing, 35, 45 permits a day to a much smaller number, about half of that.
Yeah, and that is this past week. It was down to 21 for the week on an average daily basis. Yep.
Is part of that we're dealing with just more complex permits, or is it just we're going a lot of back and forth, or
there's always a lot of
staff, or what's
there's always a lot of back and forth. About 90% of the permits that we're receiving are owner builder permits, and most of them
90%?
90%. It used to be 10%.
Wow.
Currently, so that's the current average.
That is a large
and most
number.
of them come in electronically, and many of the challenges in getting them through intake are we're missing signatures, notaries, documentation, et cetera. So there's certainly a lot of back and forth before it enters a review cycle. But one of the challenges that we're having is our vendors that are supplying plans examiners, people are competing with those vendors. Other organizations are competing with them for their staff time as well. And so we're putting pressure on them to continue to focus on our permits.
Okay. So one of the things that I saw when I was in here with the volunteers a couple days ago is that if an owner builder comes in, they go to the volunteers, they'll go through the package with them. Mm-hmm. They'll highlight all the areas where there might be information missing or deficiencies. They help them complete that or send them back home and say, hey, come back with this information. So since we have so many owner builders, I'm assuming your recommendation is come see our volunteers first?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
Have a complete package ready, and that's going to eliminate a lot of headaches for the homeowner as well, because there won't be a lot of back and forth. It'll be a complete package that we can submit to the building department. That should also expedite how quickly we can issue the permit. Would that be a...
Very much a fair statement. Yes. I've been asked on several occasions, can I provide a sample of a great owner builder SISD package, and they're very difficult to find. There are almost always deficiencies, and that puts us in a position, the plans examiners have the authority to modify the permit value based on their assumptions. So in the absence of information, they're making assumptions about actual costs of remediation and some of those other things. So they have the ability to do that, but certainly you can imagine that takes a lot of time and sometimes some back and forth with the applicant.
So right now, if a owner builder walked in tomorrow morning, what is the average wait time to speak to a building official?
Building official, you're not going to be able to speak to the building
or
official?
to somebody in the permitting office?
If you're in the intake, maybe an hour, depends. We have very slow periods quite often now, and it typically gets busy around 11:30, 12. This morning, there were a few people waiting for a 9 o'clock opening, but it was not at full capacity by any means.
And if they were to come in and speak to a volunteer, what's the wait time?
Almost never is there a wait.
Okay, so at the very least, they could speak to a volunteer while they wait an hour.
Correct.
Okay,
And if they just have documents to drop off, they can leave it with a volunteer who has access to bring it in, if you will, through the back door, and we can get it uploaded to a permit. So document
Right.
drop-off can occur with them as well.
okay. You had a section on, I'm sorry, I'm shocked by that 90% number. I mean, I would have been shocked at 50%, but the fact that so many people are choosing, that certainly put some color in some things. So you had a section talking about fees for reinspection, right? So what are those fees for? Is it if you pass or fail your inspection, if you don't show up for the inspection, what is it for?
Right, and honestly, I think that may be incorrect. I think we are, in fact, waiving reinspection fees.
Okay.
I can double check on that. I think we are, in fact, waiving those right now. So, but it is a problem. Very often, we get calls for incomplete work, or certainly if it fails because something doesn't meet code, then we'll have to go back out there. But definitely encourage. The rule of thumb on inspections, I would encourage all homeowners, keep this in mind. If you had to open it up, it has to be inspected before you cover it up. So if you tore out drywall, an inspection is required before you do anything else, whether it's insulation or electrical. So keep those things in mind. If you open it up, inspection is required somewhere along the way before you cover it up.
Okay. Could we get some clarity on the fees? I mean, again, the fact that there's so many owner builders, and I'm sorry, whoever's cell phone that is, I'm going to ask you to turn it off again. I asked nicely, politely, please do us all the courtesy so that we can have this dialogue. If you need to have a conversation, please step outside, have the conversation outside, and then come back in when you're done. I'd like to get some clarity on whether the fact that we have so many owners doing it on their own, look, they're not building officials, they're not contractors, they're doing this maybe for the first time in their life ever, and hopefully for the last time. I don't have a problem charging contractors. They know better, they're licensed, and, if they waste time because they're doing things incorrectly, they, by all means. But I think at the very least for homeowners, we should have at least a one time, give everybody an opportunity to at least, one time address it and waive the fees for that.
I will get clarity before we post that presentation to the website. So what we do post tomorrow will accurately reflect, and I'll communicate that to the city manager and commission.
Okay. All right, any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, since we have a specific item, how many of you all are here for noise ordinance? Okay, excellent. Love it. Since we have a specific discussion item for noise, and I would hate for the public to be deprived of the conversation about noise, I would, as we normally would do, we have general audience comments next, and then we would have noise-related or noise ordinance-related comments at the time of the noise ordinance discussion. Any objections to that?
None.
I mean, that's how we normally would do it.
Because it wasn't on the agenda, or it wasn't noticed that way initially, and so many people are here to comment on that, I would just ask that maybe we just move that to the next item on the agenda.
Okay, so you would like to make an amendment to the agenda?
Yeah, I would like to amend the agenda so that the next item we discuss then is the noise ordinance.
Certainly.
So these folks don't all have to.
City Clerk, would you mind just clarifying what the rules of order are for amending the order in the middle of a meeting?
Yeah, you have to make a motion to amend and specifically state that, and then get a second.
Okay.
Say how you want it amended.
So I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move discussion item 7D to be heard as the first item after general audience comment.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies.
Second it.
Okay, I will make a amendment to the, excuse me. Hey, you're not going to hear what I have to say if you're clapping. Maybe you'll like better what I have to say, because I'm going to make a amendment to the motion to move that discussion to go before audience comments, so that you all get to go first.
Can I second it if I made the original motion?
Certainly.
I second it then.
Okay, City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call on the amendment of the motion.
Sure. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And then City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call on the amendment to the agenda.
Yes. Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, so the reason I brought this item for discussion this evening was, so I think sometimes there is a lack of clarity, and I think you may be addressing that in one of your points later today. How do certain things come before the commission, right? How do we make changes to ordinances? Why are certain rules proposed, right? And so generally the way the process works is, the United States, we are a representative republic. Our responsibility as commissioners, so these four individuals to my right and left represent their districts. I represent the entire city. And it's their responsibility to bring before the commission issues concerning their constituents, right? That's how a representative republic works. We represent you, right? You tell us there's an issue, we take a look. If there's a way for us to solve the issue, whether it's administratively, we'll take care of it. If we have to do an ordinance, we do it that way. So generally, that's how the process works, right? And then sometimes, right, you may get a lot of people talking about an issue and say, hey, this is a really big problem in our neighborhood. It could be a no parking sign, it could be a parking sign, it could be a stop sign, it could be whatever it is, right? And then we bring it before the commission, and we say, what do you all think about it? We invite the public to come tell us what their thoughts are on it as we're having these discussions about ordinances. And oftentimes, what we hear is rather one-sided, right? That's why we have 2 readings for any ordinance. The first reading is to give everyone an opportunity to come and say, okay, what are they proposing? Here's the proposed ordinance, right? And generally, the second reading, very rarely do they pass without any kind of amendment. Almost every second reading, there is some kind of change to the ordinance. The reason we have changes 99% of the time is because then we hear from the other side of the public, right? And we represent all parts of St. Pete Beach, not just the one side or the other side, but all of them. And so that's why we have second reading, and that's why oftentimes you'll have several weeks between ordinances to give plenty of opportunity for the public to come and tell us what they think. Almost every ordinance I get dozens of emails and phone calls and public comments because the public says, okay, we heard what you said in the first reading. We like it, we don't like it, right? And then based on that feedback, right, as a representative, it is my responsibility to represent my constituents. And there have been many cases where I felt a particular way about a certain issue, but the public told me they want something different. You know how I vote? As a representative should, I vote with my constituents. My personal feelings on the issue, I will articulate them. I will tell you what I think about something so that you know exactly where I stand. But if you tell me overwhelmingly I want X and I would prefer Z, I'm going to go with X because that's what a representative does. And I think for the most part, that's how most commissioners feel. And maybe the reason many of you are here tonight is because I'm naive to think the way that I think.
Because when you look at the way government works in most cases, think about it, right? City, county, state, federal. How many times have you said to yourself, I can't believe they just did that, on whatever issue it is? And you may have written to your congressperson, and you may have written to your county commissioner, and they still voted against it. They might have received 500 emails for something and 5 against, and they went with the 5. Right? So maybe I'm naive to think that a representative should represent the 500. Maybe I'm naive to think that we should be listening, that I'm not here as a dictator to dictate how things are going to be in the city. And anyone that thinks about running in this city, if you think you're just going to tell us how it is and you're going to impose your will, that's not how it works. And if you think that way, you shouldn't be in office. Right? It is my responsibility to represent my constituents. And so because of that, over the last 2 weeks, I've had a lot of discussions with my neighbors. I may not have responded to all of your emails. I've responded to a few, but I do read them. I do read your comments on Nextdoor and on Facebook, even the not nice ones. Where is he? He knows who he is, right? But the thing is, this is about having an honest and open dialogue, right? It's not about me telling you how it is. And I think the getting mad, the screaming, the yelling should come at the point where no one's listening. Forget who had the sign back there. If you're not mad, right? Somebody had the sign, if you're not mad. I couldn't agree more with you. If you're not paying attention, if we were not paying attention, you should be mad. Because I'm mad every time I watch one of my representatives in Congress or in the Senate or somewhere else. They told me they were going to do something when they got into office. They were going to take care of that. And I never see them follow through. But I would also ask you, until we've proven otherwise, that we're unworthy of your trust and faith, that you at least give us the opportunity to hear you. You give us the opportunity to represent our constituents. And so because I've heard you, and I think all of us have heard you, even though the point is simply we've heard you. And so what I would ask from you tonight, as we're going to have these comments about the noise ordinance, I want you to keep 2 things in mind. And I'm going to ask you to do me one favor. I would like for you to help us come up with a solution. Okay? So the problem is real. Whether y'all believe me or not, I just went through my emails earlier this week and I counted. In one instance, just one bad actor had over 50 emails. So help me here. How do I help the person and the people that have sent me 50 emails about a situation that is making their life miserable, where they can't sleep, where their windows are shaking at night? I had one lady call me 11 o'clock at night. She was a cleaning lady from New York. She sold her house when she retired, and she bought her dream condo on the beach in St. Pete Beach. And she's crying because she was so miserable and so distraught because it was the 3rd or 4th night in a row where she couldn't sleep. She took all of her life savings, everything that she worked for until she retired, she invested it in this one piece of property, and she was just miserable and hating life. And I sat there at 11 o'clock at night, and I'm thinking to myself, what do I even do here? What do I even tell this person? How do I help her? And if you...
should have done her research before.
So, yep. So here I am asking you for help, and that's your response. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask you again, for those of you who are actually willing to listen and help out and find a solution, okay? So you know what has been proposed, and to make sure that we all understand what's been proposed, I'm going to ask the city attorney to clarify exactly what was proposed, because it seems that whatever y'all have been told may not necessarily be accurate as far as what the actual ordinance says. And then I would like for you, as you come and you speak your mind and you give us your ideas. I'm genuinely interested in your ideas, right? I can't come up with, you collectively, the 50, 100 of us are going to have a better idea than the 5 of us by ourselves, right? So I want to hear your ideas. How do we address the issues that we have? And how do we also address the concerns that many of you have, right? If I hear what you all are saying correctly, and correct me if I'm hearing you wrong, what you're saying is somebody's telling me we're going to kill live music. Is that about right? Okay. So somebody's saying that there's going to be 0 live music in St. Pete Beach if this ordinance passes. Okay. Okay. So this is why we're going to have this dialogue, right? Okay. So help us here. So I'm going to ask the city attorney to explain what the ordinance is. I will tell you what my initial thoughts and response to what many of you have said online is. City attorney, would you mind just quickly clarifying what the ordinance reads?
Yeah, I'll give you a very short summary that sums it up and frames the issue. At first reading, there was a presentation and there was some deliberation, and I believe the motion that passed at first reading for consideration at second reading would be to prohibit excessive noise that's clearly audible at a residential receiving property that's located 200 feet from the noise between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.
Okay.
And then there was a motion or amendment to a motion. It was seconded to have daylight hours or daytime hours 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. to prohibit excessive noise that can be heard at a residence 500 feet away. So again, from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's 200 feet. And from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., it was 500 feet. And we also compared that to the city of Tampa, which is 100 feet from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay, thank you. So most of the comments that I've heard specifically spoke about, and even some of my neighbors, said, look, the 500 feet during daytime hours, the reaction for most people was, you know what, I don't think we need that. And so if I would, as we bring this back at some point for a second reading, I would would ask that the commissioners hear what everybody has to say, and I would love to hear what your feedback is. But my initial reaction is, at the very least, it genuinely seems that none of our constituents care about the 500 feet during daytime hours. And so if that's what the public wants, I think that's what the public should get. That is, at least in my understanding of a representative republic, that's what the public should get. So I don't know what the rest of the commission, or if y'all just ready to hear from our public.
I think that, I think it would, they're all going to be limited to 3 minutes apiece. I think it would be excellent to hear from them. When we spoke about this before, I wasn't in favor of there being a distance in the daytime. That was part of our concern. And I will just say that at our concert in the park last Friday, I took a long walk around the neighborhood with my dog, with my phone in my hand with Google Maps, and that concert was clearly audible in a residential neighborhood, at least a third of a mile away from the sound of the concert. And to my knowledge, we've never received a single complaint about that level of noise. And so I think that should start to give us a good guide of what we're looking at. But I think that we've got a lot of people here who have been waiting a long time to talk. I think we should listen to them.
Sure.
I'd like to say something. I mean, I think there's other factors involved too. It's not just the the length, because there's other factors in buildings that block, buildings that bounce. There's other things that are also involved with the length. So there's other factors to consider with that. Noise travels over water pretty well. I live 7 blocks away from, and I can hear music. It doesn't bother me personally. I love live music. But there's other people that live very close, and it is an issue for them. And we have heard, and I've heard repeatedly from people with issues. The whole point is, with this much passion, there has to be a way to find a solution. I see it, I've heard it, I know it. Residents have told me I've got both sides of it. You know, the noise is too much. I get others saying what you're doing is too restrictive, and I get it. And I'm here to listen as well. And as the mayor said, it's representative. So please, I'm the first person to probably do a march, so I'm happy everybody's here. And like the mayor said, it's great to see a crowd because it shows that you have passion, and that with passion you can make a change. So my hope is everybody can work together, be good neighbors, help each other out, and not have to go to extremes on either way. And that's my hope for this. So I would love to hear your comments.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The real problem is no matter what it is in life, 100% of the people don't always act the way they should, or they do things that is injurious to others, whether it's driving 100 miles an hour on the interstate, you know, you name it. There's laws for everything. The problem that we have, the code of ordinances that are on the books in this city and in many cities, as it relates to noise, is not enforceable. So if you have 1, 2, 3% of the individuals or businesses that are bad actors, we have no way to enforce that. The ordinance are just not enforceable. So we need to find a way to have enforceable ordinances in order to ensure that people are not disrupting other people's lives. And I alluded to this at the last meeting. Daylight hours, many of the people in this room are much younger than me, and some of the older people probably stay up later than me. 10 o'clock at night, other than when I'm at a commission meeting, that's not daylight hours for me. It may be for most people in this room, but, you know, to say, you know, 10 p.m. at night is daylight hours, well, it isn't for all of us. You know, that's kind of an arbitrary standard, but our ordinance currently is very arbitrary, and it's frankly just not enforceable. So, you know, hopefully we can find a way to ensure that people can enjoy the beach life, enjoy music, without having 1, 2, 3%. I see your sign back there, very nice. That people can enjoy their quality of life, and when there's somebody that truly is acting up, that there's some level of enforcement, because right now it's a wild, wild west. Anybody in here, if you're a musician or you're a business that plays music, you can pretty much do whatever the hell you want to do, and you can get away with it. That's the facts. Yeah, okay.
All right, you get one opportunity. Hey. All right, settle down. Settle down.
So.
Okay, you get one. All right, sir. You will have your opportunity to say your piece as well.
Thank you,
In fact, the city clerk is going to start calling names next. Okay? So again, I'm going to give you got your first warning, you got your second warning, there is no third.
You can shut this down, guys.
If,
Thank you.
And we've been listening to you guys talk for 2 hours now. Can we please?
Mr. Mayor, may I comment?
Lesser.
We've been
that's- I
talking
think-
about serious city business here, and it's unfortunate that people don't want us to talk about it, so.
Okay. So I think what the commissioner was trying to say is, for 99% of the musicians in town, we don't have any issues. It is the 1%. The same 1% that's keeping the other 99% of you guys from talking right now. So with that, City Clerk, if you'll please call the names. When you come up, you will please state your name and address where you reside currently. And everybody else, please be respectful and let them speak. They will have 3 minutes to speak their piece. Thank you.
Jeff Caputo.
If you clap, if you boo, if you cheer, I'm not giving any more warnings, please. I don't want to do it.
Good evening, Mayor Petrilla, Commissioners, residents of St. Pete Beach. I had stuff written here, but you're asking for solutions.
Yes, sir.
So to your point, you're looking at content neutrality issues. So the sound of a live band or a DJ, that particular expression of music is going to be different than a solo or duo act with acoustic guitars. So this thing hearing something at 200 feet, 500 feet, it's going to be different because, you know, a drummer, a band playing rock music.
Right.
So your ordinance is going to have to be content neutral. The administration and enforcement of such is going to have to be content neutral in that respect. Because certain expressions, like rock music, is going to be louder than the, girl singing whatever with their acoustic.
Right.
Right?
Mr. Caputo, I mean, you seem to be a subject matter expert in this. I'm assuming you're a musician of some sort?
I am.
Would you mind if I ask you just a couple questions, just to kind of help us understand your position better? Is that all right?
Yes, please.
Okay. So as it is right now, the ordinance refers to music after 10 p.m. So live music is not allowed after 10 p.m. already in the city. So I'm just trying to think through. So how would, after 10 p.m., how would this impact live music in the city?
After 10 p.m., I can't really speak to that. I'm just saying, like, the way you have the ordinance possibly written, we would need some form of, I saw the agenda minutes. There's, you're listing health problems that people could experience from noise. It would be great to see what information you're relying on upon which to base that ordinance. And then we're looking also at cultural heritage, like a band could be heard at that 500 feet. Boom. Code enforcement, that's a code enforcement. And then you're talking about, abatements too?
Right.
That
So
somebody
as
could
the
suffer.
general consensus of the commission is that if this comes back, it would not come back with the 500 feet. Would that address most of your concerns, or?
It would, especially, with that distance taken.
Just so that you all have and I'm not going to hold you to the 3 minutes, right? I understand I'm
I got
cutting
you.
into
No,
your
this is
time.
great. Thank you.
Just so you all
This
understand.
rarely
I'm trying
happens
to-
actually at commission meetings where we have a dialogue, so
I know that's not how we normally do it, right? And I'm not here to fight with you, I'm here to find a solution, right? I'm here to have a dialogue, right? And I think by actually hearing from you, you're going to help us make better decisions, right? So just so you understand, what happened a few minutes ago was the consensus of the commissioners was, which means is the directive to the city staff and the city attorney is that if this ordinance come back, it would be at the very least with the 500 feet removed. Right, so the 500 feet essentially is no longer on the table. So, no, sir. It's from 10, so what's still left, we can keep, you want to tell me more about the 500 feet, that's okay, I'll listen, right? But so what's on the table right now is talking about how do we take care of people after 10 o'clock, right? So from 10 o'clock, so live music is it's a special permit in the city anyway, and it's over at 10 p.m. Okay, and so then after 10 o'clock, it's just general noise. It's not related to music at all. It actually the noise has nothing to do with music. It could be somebody sitting banging on a garbage can at 3 o'clock in the morning that you can hear 200 feet away.
Or doing construction work with their jackhammer or whatever.
I see them every Sunday, and we have an ordinance against that as well. And usually I'm just very kindly walk over and say, hey, look, I'm not going to report you, but, right.
More practical solutions.
Sure.
Go ahead and run the clock. So
And thank you for indulging me, I appreciate it. That's
Yeah.
very generous of your time to do that.
Appreciate you, too. Look at some cases where there were issues that actually went all the way to the Supreme Court, costing taxpayers dearly, which, God forbid if that happens. I mean, I just saw this whole thing with what you guys are looking at. So, look at, there was a case, Tanner versus Virginia Beach, 2009 case. They worked out some type of ordinance since 2009, obviously worked out. City of St. Pete had major noise issues in 2019. I remember that. They were able to work things out. It would be great if your legal counsel could actually look at, hey, what did Tanner versus what's Virginia Beach doing now, based on that case, so nothing does go to court. Kovacs v. Cooper was another case I was reading. So basically, and the fact that we have a cultural heritage here of live bands, that's a grandfathered thing here, that part of our culture. And just keep the First Amendment to free expression in mind in your deliberations, because I don't see any local governments talking about the Constitution. I don't even see state reps talk about the Constitution. You keep that in mind. Keep that First Amendment of free expression, the right of that, grandfathering the cultural heritage we have of live bands. Keep that in mind. Look at the ordinances for practical solutions, content neutrality, all of those things. And that's about all I could say. I appreciate you all's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caputo.
Yep.
Next.
Bill Pruitt.
All right, if you will please come forward, you'll state your name and address, please.
Mia Hartley.
Okay, if you'll please come and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Mia Hartley. I live at 680 71st Avenue in St. Pete Beach, District 2. Thank you first for taking the time to hear us this evening. I understand there's a lot of inflamed emotions around this. I'll take ownership of that myself. That being said, I do appreciate the introduction and the consideration of removing the 500 feet. I do find that to be a potentially reasonable way to move forward with this. But I do still want to speak on how the ordinance was first introduced and how that first reading went, because I watched that January 28th meeting, and I think that's maybe what inflamed a lot of the folks that are here this evening and have something to say. I grew up on St. Pete Beach. I had birthday parties at Hurley Park. I had band practices in Vina Del Mar. I was on a turtle patrol when it was just me and Bruno and his Willie Jeep way back in the early 2000s. So been here a long time. I'm a musician as well. I'm an attorney, but I don't lead with that because I want to make a good impression on people. So, and I'm nobody's attorney here tonight. I'm speaking only to my opinion and what I've heard so far. Based on that January 28th meeting, the new noise ordinance as it was prepared and presented at the time, I did find it to be extremely haphazard and random and pulled out of thin air, to take words from the city attorney's mouth regarding the 200-foot distance. It was clear to me at that time that the majority of the commission, despite having had a week with the new ordinance, had not reviewed the language of the old ordinance, and I found that very concerning, that we didn't understand the decibel readings, that we didn't understand the time frames at that time, and this was up for first reading, and the lack of preparedness I found disrespectful on my part as a resident of St. Pete Beach, that my commission wasn't aware of what they were talking about when this was brought to the first reading. Forcing a brand new ordinance through that first reading without understanding the language that was contained in the old ordinances, because there are two pertaining to noise, again, including that time frame, decibel meter readings, it just demonstrated a severe lack of consideration for the serious implications that could come from imposing an ordinance with those, with the 200 feet. I found it most concerning when the city attorney stated that she pulled the number 200 feet out of thin air. I think that 200 feet has been the buzzword for a lot of people. So at least, hopefully, let this be a lesson to the commission that if there's going to be a number presented like that, that could impact the lives and the livelihoods of so many people who work on this beach, who live on this beach, who have a livelihood performing music on this beach. I understand there's anecdotes about, you know, pool parties and this and that. I get that, but wow, the implications of this and the chaos it created, right? Just to have that awareness moving forward when that first reading happens. Commissioners, I implore you to not be outraged by your fellow commissioners when they insist on making informed, factually based decisions from that first reading. Thank you, Commissioner Marriott. Thank you, Commissioner Rosinski, for that. And in closing, let's bring St. Pete Beach back to life, because it's a community that's been struggling. And whether it's rap music, classical music, or country music. Thank you so much.
EDM on my case, but no one's perfect. Listen, you guys want to clap? You're going to be here all night. The first guy was good too. All right. So again, I'm trying to help you all. Help me help you here, right? So, City Clerk.
Greg Primer.
Going once, going twice. Next.
Ann Deschesnes. No. Christopher Horman.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Christopher Harmon. My address is 2816 Linthicum Place, Tampa, Florida, 33618. I am a Florida State licensed talent agent. I work with a lot of entertainers, a lot of business owners, hospitality workers right here in St. Pete Beach, many of whom are St. Pete Beach residents. And myself, a Tampa Bay native, I've been performing here myself and booking entertainment for 30 years, actually. So it is part of the St. Pete Beach culture to have live music. I do appreciate your opening to this, because it does feel like there's a dialogue that can happen. And I think that's what needs to happen, and that's why so many of us were angry and scared, because the way that first meeting went, as Mia said, it just felt like, let's throw some things out there, let's not even worry about how it's going to affect so many people, many of whom are residents. So I think that's all we want, is to come up with something that is enforceable, that works for everybody, and that, allows live music to continue, because it's so important. So we are all very passionate about that, but definitely came in feeling a little inflamed. So I'm pretty worked up myself right now, if you can't tell. So, and I do this for a living for years. I talk on microphones to sing to people, but it's very scary is the word, I think, that we're all very concerned about our livelihoods. We're all down and out right now, as so many people are, but a lot of our businesses are not doing well, and we're hurting. So the thought that we can come back is very scary. So that's all I really wanted to say. And, let's work it out. Let's make this happen, because I think there is a dialogue to be had to make it work, to make it enforceable. We don't want bad actors giving us a bad name. I raised my kids playing guitar, bought a house playing guitar, and many times drove over here. I'm not a resident, but drove over here, brought my kids with me to watch me play. We're not out here causing chaos on the streets. We just want to be part of the St. Pete Beach community like we always have been, and keep music going, but do it in a way that is respectful. Because all of my clients, whether it's musicians or venues, that's part of the conversation, is being respectful to the community, to the residents and the tourists alike, but that's who comes to watch us play. So it is very scary at this moment, and that's what we're trying to, communicate. And some of us are a little more overzealous than others, but, we do want to be respectful and have that dialogue and figure it out. And that's all we really want. So I greatly appreciate you saying that before, because coming in, it was like, we're in trouble, but it feels like there's a way to work this out now. And that's all we want to do. So, I am a little worried about the thought that it's not able to be enforced. I think that definitely there are many legal instances that I've found myself, not a lawyer, that of cases where this is enforceable, and that we can work it out, make it happen. And like I said, we don't want bad actors holding us all back. So please, let's try and figure this out a way that works for everybody. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for taking time to come tonight. Next comment, please.
Curtis Woodard.
Curtis, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hey, what's up, Dale? Curtis Woodard, 6411 Sandpiper Way, South Pasadena, St. Petersburg, right across the bridge. Just want to appreciate y'all for addressing all the issues ahead of time and being forthcoming with, like, you want to find a solution to all this. And I guess a lot of us were kind of like up in arms about like live music being killed or canceled, and I don't think that's the issue at all. I think I can totally see somebody coming here to retire and, live their life, and like they don't want to be disturbed by the noise of what the music is. But when I first came here 15 years ago, I stepped out onto Paso Grill Beach, and I was like, oh my God, this is beautiful. And then I went and I saw the live music, like up and down the beach, and I found the life here. And I was like, oh my God, this place is amazing. And that's what drew me to this place, is the live music and the culture we have. It's amazing. Look at all these people. So like, I don't have much to say as far as like me or Jeff. You guys are very articulated. Thank you for that. But more me, it's like the heart of St. Pete Beach is not just the scenery and the beach and all that, but it's like the people and the vibe that we all create by being musicians. And the original, like the major issues you said when we were first here, like, you know, the infrastructure, the seawalls, the fire department, that stuff, it seems much more important than like what we're talking about here, like noise and whatnot. But when it comes down to it, like the vibe here is like what brings people here, and that's what pays the tax dollars that fund those things from before. So it's without the vibe and without that, you know, what do we have going on here? Like, I don't want to be here if there's not live music. I literally only go out if there's live music somewhere. Like, I don't go out to drink or to eat or whatever. I go for the vibe and like what all these people create. And like, but whether it be the bar owners, the hotel owners, the people that run the bands, you know, the booking agents. Thank you, Chris Harmon, all you guys. But I just love the vibe that we have here and the community that we have here. And I know we can find a way to, you know, whether the time or the decibel meter, whatever it is, you know, the feet, you know, I think that's, you know, not that as important. It's just like keeping the vibe alive and just we can find a way. I don't have the answers, but like I know that we can do it. So I appreciate you guys. That's all I got to say. I love you guys.
Thank you for coming out tonight. And it sounds like you genuinely care about the character of our community.
I do, man. I moved here for a reason. I could have moved anywhere else. I've been all over the world. I'm sure everyone's here's traveled a little bit, and like, this is where I want to live. I love this place. I ride my bike here all the time, and you know, I appreciate you guys being in public service and caring about this place as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't do what you do. So, thank you.
I appreciate you coming out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
City Clerk.
Seth Campbell.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Seth Campbell, 460 15th Avenue North, St. Petersburg. I was going to start by saying I thought we were all going to get a noise ordinance for clapping, but
it's never too late.
the night is young.
You got the dB meter handy back there?
All right, please start the decimeter now. I want to say I've played around the country. I played in Nashville, Austin, Texas, New Orleans. Don't kill the vibe here, because a lot of what makes those places amazing is the food, the culture, and the music's part of that. The beaches here, fantastic, amazing. So what we need to do is don't harm that vibrant culture. I see babies all the way up to great-grandmas, great-grandmas. I play music, by the way, out on the beach. I play with my band. We play rock music. Decimeters hate me, I know. I'm working on it. But I also play acoustic guitar and DJ a little bit, too. So, I mean, I see people of all age groups dancing, enjoying it. The tourism economy from those people coming here and moving here year after year brings that tax revenue to fund those projects you were speaking about beforehand. And we just had 2 hurricanes. We need to keep that money going. Studies show live music actually increases revenue 20 to 30% at bars and restaurants. So it is important. I understand you're not trying to like kill the music all day. So you're trying to move towards what you do from 10 o'clock on. Well, from 10 o'clock to 2, that's about 4 hours of music that goes on. So if you have like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday going on, that's about 13.5 hours. You know, times that for the math is that's like about a month and out of a year. That's revenue that you're cutting out for, you know, money arguments. I did come up with some solutions. Adjusted decibel limits instead of curfews for the late night. Do something that, I don't know what the appropriate feet would be, but bring that the decimeters out, make sure it's not too loud in certain residential areas. That being said, you can designate music zones or like entertainment districts. That way it makes it clear, it communicates to people moving here that if I move here, there's going to be music. So if somebody came to St. Pete in one day and or St. Pete Beach in one day didn't see any music, and just bought a house here without that kind of research. That's unfortunate, but that's how it's been here for a while. So maybe a clear communication of entertainment districts would be helpful. You can also do, let's see, like soundproofing in certain areas. Maybe if a residential area is closer to an entertainment district, you could give either grants or like maybe tax incentives to businesses to do remediation, to do sound remediation in those areas. So I just thought I'd bring a few different solutions I haven't heard spoken about. Otherwise, yeah, I was gonna bring my guitar and play for you guys. I just didn't want to get a ticket, so sorry. Thank you.
Seth, I thank you for actually bringing us some actionable items. I mean, listen, it sounds like you actually gave this some thought, so you came up with some things that I hadn't thought of, but I appreciate that, and I think this could help us move forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Taylor Jansen.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, yes, Taylor Jansen, 3030 Irving Street, Sarasota, Florida. I'm a born and raised Floridian. Originally was born in Bradenton, but grew up in Pensacola, Florida, another beach town, right? A lot of beaches and a lot of live music in that community. But I purposely came down to the St. Pete area to go to college, and then I couldn't leave. I had to stay here to play music, and been here for about 7 or 8 years now. I understand that there has to be enforcement. Without it, there's chaos. Without it, it's just going to be, it's going to be loud, it's going to be ridiculous, it's going to make people's, their lives a little more difficult. But obviously, there has to be somewhere of a middle ground. And I really appreciate you being open to that discussion and addressing that before we ever came out to talk. So when it comes to how can we go about that, I am no genius in that matter. But what I can say is this. Before COVID happened, I had way less problems with cops coming to my gigs. And we're a rock and blues band, and we're a little bit loud. And I am no stranger to having the cops show up. I always try to go to talk to them with the management because I want to understand how we can help. How much do we need to turn down? What's the loudest part of the band? How can we make it better? My issue with the ordinance that is proposed is it's an invisible line in the sand for us musicians. How are we supposed to know what we need to do? With an actual decibel limit, we have an understanding of where that line is. But with the distance, how are we supposed to know that when we're on the stage? How are we supposed to know what's going on 200 yards away and what the actual limits and sounds are to that? When it comes to the enforcement of the decibels, I understand that, it could be a little bit difficult to get the equipment out, but I can get one on my cell phone right now. Just download an app. And that's how most of us, without that nice piece of equipment, check our decibel levels to make sure we're not going over it. So I don't really know exactly what to do as far as, like, say, Mr. Seth Campbell, he has some very good points. But I will say this. As a born and raised Floridian, there's always going to be issues with the sound and it being too loud on the beaches. But that's what Florida beaches are. That's what our community is. That's where our tourism comes from. So many people come to this area to see the bands they love at the venues that they love. And I think the reason why a lot of people are hurt today is because not only it was a blindside after we're still in recovery from the hurricanes. There's venues, one that's represented here today at the Toasted Monkey, they're still not up and back together yet. So now it just feels like you're just throwing another curveball or another knuckle punch right into the faces of this industry. So I really do appreciate your time that you guys listened, and I really hope that you get to have some more time to talk to some of the higher ups in this industry and community, because I think they have some great ideas, and I really hope you have a great rest of your evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Taylor. Much like yourself, I came to USF in '95. You can do the math. And I never went home because this was my new home. So I appreciate what you had to say. Thank you, sir. City Clerk?
Bill Pruitt.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bill Pruitt. My address is 3001 58th Avenue South, St. Petersburg. I do appreciate you listening to everybody. It really does mean a lot. I would like to have everybody look back at that 2002 ordinance. I've been at Jimmy B's for, let's see, March will be 25 years now. So I was there when the first ordinance came. And I can promise you this, we have always, behind that bar, kept a decimal reader, and we always were very, very strong on staying what that said at the borderlines and everything. But, you know, the property lines can change, especially out there on the beach when the winds come through. We have it designed there where we have the music block to send down to the beach. And most of the time's okay. However, sometimes the winds change and might blow it towards the condos or stuff like that. That does happen. Now, Jimmy B's and many of these places that have the live music are in the LR zone. So they are in the live music zone. You know, I just want to make sure you guys do look at that, because I think as long as everybody stays with that, it does keep the music under control. I mean, have you guys been to Jimmy B's? It's a fun and vibrant place. It's still down. We got to get it back. And that's been, you know, to reiterate what the other gentleman said, is we're really looking forward to getting all that back and getting back to the way we were. It's really people, I mean, they travel from all over the world to come here and to experience our culture and experience the whole vibe all up and down the beach at all the venues. They love it, and we really need to get it back. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much.
Coming out tonight. City Clerk?
Jeffrey Jacob.
That was me.
Oh.
My mama calls me Jeffrey Jacob.
LJ Harness.
LJ Harness, recovering alcoholic. Wrong meeting. I was told before I got here that you were tough to work with, but I want to tell you, you've been so respectful to us tonight. It's allowed me to take a deep breath. I want to thank all of you for your hard work and passion. And Joe, I think you and I should go have a coffee sometime. I'd be very interested for us to have a one-on-one, but I appreciate y'all, seriously. I came down here in 1974, quit my part-time job, I quit Ball State University, and I had an agent said, I'm going to make you a rock star. Come down to St. Pete. I starved for the first year and a half. But what I've seen over 50 years, the ups and downs of what we're talking about tonight, St. Pete Beach all the way to Clearwater Beach, I can just go on, and I've seen it like a roller coaster. But after what's happened the last couple of years, in the last 6 months, I wouldn't want to have your jobs. When I look here, all this right here, there is so much passion here. I've been gone for 11 years living in Las Vegas. I chose to come back to St. Pete Beach, and that is 301 87th Avenue, St. Pete Beach, Florida. There is a lifestyle that I know if I ask somebody when I go on a vacation, one of my first questions is, where do I find live entertainment? The revenue that these people here bring to this beach, I have no clue, but it's big time. The club owners, the businesses, the hospitality, there is such a family of entertainers, hospitality workers that have been devastated. Your example of the lady in tears, it really touches me, it does. And there's so many people that come here maybe so many months out of the year, blah, 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 blah. But I know for a fact some of my brothers and sisters have been here their whole life, and they depend on making a living as an entertainer or a musician. Yes, I'm a kick-ass rock and drummer. But I have a lot of appreciation for someone playing a cajon or acoustic guitar. And I wasn't going to come here tonight because I'm usually in bed at this time. After being up, that's what I mean, Joe, you and I, we can hook up. But for years, I saw the sun come up in the morning from the night before.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I get up before the sun.
LJ, thank you.
God bless you.
Appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
out tonight.
City Clerk?
John Kurzman.
Mr. Kurzman, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Really zoom in so I can see everything?
Thank you. John Kurzman, be on the way. So, Friday night's concert, wait, no, why did I not go to the first one? It's about the process. Some residents object to something, as you talked about, and then legal tries to come up with a cure. But that cure may be worse than the problem. And then we're doing the process, because then you start to discuss that problem, and you weigh it, and it's only a problem if you know, you have deaf ears and you don't really review the situation. Phil Collins sound last week, I measured it 5,000 feet away. I could clearly hear the music. So it's not even just a third of the mile. The noise ordinance, though, opens a much larger door. So even at the nighttime, you know, we have to consider when people move into a nuisance, it's not a surprise to them, or they need to do their homework. And we can't just ignore ordinances and trust that common sense will prevail. That, oh, gee, people aren't going to complain. I mean, go downtown when the Janus has a concert. You can hear it echoing throughout the city. We didn't buy here, many of us didn't buy here to go into a 55 and older community. We actually like what's going on here. We want the entertainment. It's not a surprise. Maybe you need to focus on the decibels at the equipment. As I heard, the reason that you didn't want to use decibels was because there might be too much background noise, you couldn't get an accurate reading. So maybe the change, instead of being a distance, is focusing on decibels, but come up with a new decibel reading, just similar to what the musician talked about, that he can measure it but at his equipment. And focus purely where there's a problem. So for instance, I thought this was about a particular bad actor in the CG1 zone. And we only have 2 CG1 zones near the bridges. So maybe you do need to focus on an ordinance, maybe it is even daytime, at CG1, because you have a particular problem at a CG1 zone affecting residents nearby. So just focus on the problem you're trying to address. If you live next to a large resort zone, maybe there's going to be large resort activities. Maybe there's going to be people doing things on the public beach. You bought next to a public beach. Don't expect to change the beach. This was actually something that I didn't write, but the realtor says the only downside of this property is a noisy live music venue next door. That's okay, we'll just buy it anyway and relentlessly complain about it. This is not new. People do it at the racetracks too. So, Commissioner Mulholland was saying, musicians have been doing whatever they want and have been doing whatever they want. Well then, if that's the case, that's the usual and customary. Who is it that's making change? Jimmy B's has music every night at 10 o'clock. Starts, live music. I don't want to see that change. I moved here because I like that. A lot of people did. So really, it's the people that are trying to change things that are really, that's the quality of life that's being affected on others. People have a quality of life that we want, and
Thank you, John.
be careful about that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. City Clerk?
Nick Holgash.
If you please state your name and address for the record, and whoever's got that plug in the middle, if you would please unplug it so no one trips over it.
Nick Holgash, 9425 Blind Pass Road, St. Pete. I'm your neighbor. I always preach to listen, learn, and react. So tonight I listened, I learned, and I'm going to react. I thought your opening dialogue was professional, and the things that I was hearing, you proved them wrong. I think you showed that you're open-minded. And that's what I came here to ask you tonight, is to please be open-minded to these musicians. They know better than me. The only suggestion that I would make, not being a musician, but maybe the rules should be a little different for Friday and Saturday night than Sunday through Thursday. Just a thought. And my last comment was, you said something that made me come here tonight about health issues. Well, I have health issues. I was on a ventilator for 2 months. I'm one of 9 people. I'm the only one that lived. And I've been through a lot of health issues. And quite honestly, I go listen to Marcus And these guys perform, and it makes me feel better. So don't take that away from me. Thank you.
All right, y'all can clap for him. City Clerk?
Dylan Kwiatkowski.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Witkowski, and my current address is 11522 60th Terrace, Seminole. And if you haven't guessed by now, I am a musician. And like many of these hardworking people, I've been blessed to make a living doing this in this community. And that is what live music is community. I have no idea why certain people got unhappy with the noise they were hearing and decided to make us the bad guy. But on every single day, we pick people up, give them hope, and give them light when they don't see or have light, like that gentleman just talked about. And that is St. Pete Beach, is live music. And to be honest, you pretty much addressed my major concerns. 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., that off limits, 500 feet, decibel reading should be a no-go zone. And by the way, especially Councilor Mulholland, I've been employed as a musician for 10 years precisely because I can't do whatever I want. And every band that I work with, every agency and venue, we work very hard to follow the rules because that's good for business. So I've touched on the human part. Now let's go to the business part. We just heard a lot about a $12 million new firehouse, seawalls. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, those are not optional things. Those are things essential for the community. And you know how stuff like that gets paid for? Tourism dollars. And you know what happens?
Doesn't.
A lot of, okay, you want to talk about money being brought into the community?
Your point is valid.
Okay, you're going to have less, you want to hurt the economy, you can go ahead and propose vaguely poorly worded ordinance, and that is the issue that we've had. When you say something so vague like, what is reasonably loud? Well, common sense isn't common, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking about this ordinance. So yes, remove the 500 feet during the day, that should be off limits. And then 10 p.m. on, I don't know of a single venue that has their bands outside pumping loud music past 10 p.m. Every venue works hard to keep it in an enclosed space, and bands themselves, if I'm playing on stage and I can't see the bartenders hear what the people are ordering, that's too loud. That's bad for business. So get rid of this ordinance, make a new proposal, and I think we'll be fine because, again, live music is the community here, and I don't think anybody wants to see that go away. So thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. And I'll let you all in on the joke. The joke is the tax dollars for the tourist development tax dollars, 100% of that goes to the county. None of it comes to the beach cities. It's unfortunate. The bed tax, all of that, sales tax goes to the state of Florida, right? So the only thing we have is 14% of the residential property tax. We don't even get 80, we get 15, not even 15% of that. So that was the joke. It wasn't that what you said was funny, it was just that it's been a running fight with the county forever, right? Because they do take the tourist dollars, but they don't give it anything back to the communities that the money gets taken out of. But anyway, that's a different conversation for a different day. City Clerk.
Marcus Allen.
Marcus, going once, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Marcus Allen, 4510 Plaza Way, St. Pete Beach. I wasn't going to speak today, but I'm a resident. I've been here for 30 years and raised a family here, and all with musicians' dollars and up and down the beach, especially St. Pete Beach. I love this place. I love these people, and I can say, and knowing most of them personally, to a man or woman, not one of these people is not willing to, to bend and see if we can do this together. And I appreciate the fact that a lot of my points were already made before I even stepped up here. So thank you very much again for offering to do that. Anything I can do to help with that, I'm available.
Thank you for coming out, Marcus. City Clerk.
Dave Erasmo.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Dave Erasmo, I currently live in Palm Harbor, 6982 301st Avenue North. Yeah. I think there's some technical things that can be taken into consideration, not just with the venues, but also the homeowners and the residents that might be the people complaining. You'd mentioned the woman who had retired here from New York or New Jersey that said her windows are rattling. There was a venue just outside of St. Pete Beach on Treasure Island called Beach Nuts several years ago. So I've been playing on this beach a long time, as well as many of the people here. And they would get some neighbors calling and complaining about noises, and I asked the owners, Gino and Jerry, what they did to remedy that situation, and they said they bought that homeowner soundproof windows. So, and there's some other, depending on whether that homeowner is someone who likes to maybe go out and eat and drink and enjoy music, you could also give them maybe a little bit of a bar tab. I think there's solutions, technical solutions in terms of speaker placement, the types of speakers you use, soundproofing. Anybody I've had recording studios with neighbors in not residential, but commercial buildings where there's a nail salon next door, and we have to soundproof because they don't want their customers hearing what we're doing.
Right.
So, there's ways of doing that, whether it comes to, pockets between the drywall, so forth. There's soundproofing situations that can be taken into consideration. There's also things called silent discos that I've heard about. I haven't gone to them, but people apparently just wear headphones.
Seen those.
And if you take your headphones off, it's more quiet than this room.
Yep.
So, there's technical ways to address this, both on the who's making the noise and who's complaining about the noise side of it. So, all right. That's it.
Thank you, Dave.
Have a good one.
Thanks for coming out tonight. City Clerk?
Casey Allen.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Casey Allen, 2825 53rd Street South, Gulfport. I'm born and raised here in St. Petersburg. Grew up on St. Pete Beach, and so when we talk about community, I'm very passionate about the community, and I'm seeing a big change in culture, especially after 2020. Seems we have a lot of people moving here, and maybe not doing their research on where they're moving and what they're getting into when they move to St. Pete Beach, which is, since I've grown up here, has been a beach full of tourism. That's what it is. And that's why people come here, and they come here for the live music, and they come here with their families to bring like happiness, create memories. And all of us in the room here are the soundtrack to their experience, to their travels here. And it seems that, I assume that a lot of these people that are complaining about the music have probably just moved here, because it's kind of interesting that all of a sudden it's become such a big issue. And it's just an idea, maybe you shouldn't really be allowed to complain about the music if you haven't lived here more than 5 years, because you obviously didn't do your research where you were moving. So I don't think it's fair for somebody to just move here and then be able to complain and change the environment just for themselves, not caring how it's affecting everybody, the businesses, the culture, the whole experience of St. Pete Beach itself. That's, like somebody said, that's what St. Pete Beach is. It's live music, it's tourism, and we're all the pulse, the beating heart for that here. And so, yeah, I hope we can figure out a solution to figure this out, because without live music, what's this place going to be? People aren't going to visit here. The word will get out on social media. It'll be a very boring place, and it'll affect all the hospitality industry. And we take this very seriously. This is our living. This is our livelihood. We're professionals. I know you said we get to do whatever we want, and like Dylan said, we work very hard to be able to do that. We don't just come in and play 3 or 4 hours music. We're not just hippies playing music. We take it seriously. We're artists. That's our purpose. And so, yeah, we came in here today very scared, because we did hear that about the daytime issue. So it's good to hear that that's not really a thing. Because also the cost of living here has doubled, and we're struggling, and it seems like it's interesting that this just came up at a time where there's no live music at all. We're being kicked while we're down. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
If you insist.
I do insist, thank
All
you.
right, sir.
I just want to set the narrative straight. Many of us have actually lived here for quite some time, and many of us do a lot of research when we buy properties. And sometimes situations happen around us after we've bought a property that has a severe impact on either our business or our residents. So the narrative that many of us weren't smart enough to do research before we bought our homes or before we bought our businesses. Certainly there is some of that. There's certainly many people that, well, I won't even go to the flood elevations, but many of us have done a lot of research before we bought properties. So to say that, you know, we bought next to a loud music bar that we should have known better, that narrative is not 100% accurate. So there's more to that story than that. So I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't the only narrative that we left here tonight, that everyone knew where they were getting when they bought their properties. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
I will say I've owned my home for 32 years, longer than some of you were probably in diapers at that point. And I've seen the beach change from a bazillion things. And it was, what was it, before it was ever, there was Oyster Shucker was where Bowie's was, and Woody's was the Sunset Tavern. And then what else did we have? Oh, it was not Charlie's and Dick's Oasis was where Toasted Monkey was, and it was all enclosed. So there's been some changes since the gallery. Oh, love the gallery, love the gallery. Yep, remember that? Yep. Sammy at the gallery. Yep. So I've been here a long time. So there, you know, it's kind of unfair to say that about people moving here, you know, or telling us to leave because of the music.
If I may, I think what their point was simply was that they also said it's unfair to lump them all in together, if I heard you correctly, right? That it isn't, as many of you have said, 99% of you, you know what the ordinance are, you make sure you are respectful, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. The gentleman from Jimmy B's, I can hear you during the daytime at my house, I can't hear you at night. Yep. And I've been there at night, and I can hear you when I'm there. Yeah. So whatever y'all are doing with your sound engineer,
it works.
The businesses, I think y'all should get together and have a chat with the gentleman at Jimmy B's and say, hey, what are you doing? What is your sound engineer doing to help with the acoustics, help with the sound deadening, help with, because a lot of times it's not just, the high-pitched stuff doesn't, travels fine, but a lot of times it's the low frequencies, which is where we have issues with the dB meters, right? You're running at 120 hertz, at full gain, you may not hear it, but you're going to feel it, and that's the rattling windows, right? So that's the issue. So I think if we get some help, if we have, just like with our volunteer program that you all heard us talk about earlier, if we have somebody, especially some of the businesses that are rebuilding, now is a great opportunity to build it in from day one, right? So that, play until 2 o'clock in the morning. Not that I've been there till 2 o'clock in the morning more than at least 2 or 3 dozen times, right? City Clerk.
Matt Fisher.
Going once. If you please state your name and address for the record.
Matt Fisher, 471 85th Avenue, St. Pete Beach. I also own St. Pete Guitars at 6630 Gulf Boulevard, St. Pete Beach. So I'm looking at this, I think, maybe from a little bit different perspective. I own a business that the way you guys serve our community, this is who I serve. I hear every day how challenging it is right now for local musicians. My customer base basically breaks down into 2 categories: tourists, who always ask me, where can I go see live music? And local musicians who, to be perfectly honest, a lot of them I haven't even seen since the storms. They're not buying strings. They're not getting setups on their guitars because there's no work. The places where these people play don't exist. So I think we'd all agree as a community, we're struggling, we're hurting, we haven't recovered yet. This community of people is struggling more than anyone. And typically, we're not the most affluent people in our community. We struggle to be here and serve this community, right? Now, that being said, I also think that it's important to note that some of the most talented musicians in the world and in Florida choose to live and work here at this beach. That's special. This doesn't exist everywhere. And all it would take is to be slightly more restrictive to force these people to start playing in Safety Harbor on Friday night. We don't want to lose that. So I'm challenging you guys as a commission, protect what we have. It's super important. It is the lifeblood of this community. If you want to see this community not survive these storms, be more restrictive. I would challenge you to think about ways that you could potentially, loosen the restrictions on Fridays and Saturdays. Give these people a chance to survive this. Help us to grow as a community. Help us to bring other musicians into this community. And as a resident, I will tell you, I'm living in a camper in my driveway, right? Like a lot of people. I'm not special. But I will tell you the one thing that brought me some joy and made me think that, it's still a good idea to live here, and it's still a good idea to be part of this community after losing everything I own, was when Katiki opened. And I started hearing music from my backyard, more than 500 feet away, I might add. I haven't felt that good in a long time. I hope to hell they play it until 2 o'clock in the morning every single night. It's the one thing that makes me realize that the thing that I loved about this place, that made me move to this place, still exists. And if we do things that even just a little bit make it harder for us to do that, this won't survive. This is special and it's fragile. And if we don't nurture it and support it and make it easier for these guys to come out here and do the hard work that they do to bring this vibrant community to life, it just shrivels and dies. And that's happened in countless other communities. When I moved down here from Safety Harbor, they were fighting the same battle. And the one thing they had to decide was, what type of community are we? They're the type of community that embraces this. And I hope we do too.
Thanks for coming out tonight, City Clerk.
John Diddy.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
2-2. My name is John Didier, stage name John Diddy, 1969 Dunlow Circle, Dunedin, Florida. I'm a local musician here in Tampa Bay. I've grown up in Tampa Bay, raised in Dunedin, and have been coming to St. Pete Beach since I was a small child. Now, courtesy of Chris Harmon and Street Spirit Entertainment, I have played St. Pete Beach multiple times, and I want that to continue. I'm going to share my experience with specifically the city of Dunedin and what just went down last year with regard to them amending their sound ordinance for clarification. I believe specifically that the 200 and 500 feet are ridiculous metrics. Also, having a statement of just excessive noise leaves so much ambiguity, and that's not necessarily to you guys or to us, but the enforcers, which are Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, I believe, for St. Pete Beach. And this happens specifically in Dunedin. Without specific decibel readings and places to where these decibel readings need to be taken place, in addition to the type of decibel meter, which Dunedin uses an A-weighted decibel meter, this needs to take place so that there is not confusion with the rotating cast of officers that represent Pinellas County Sheriff's Office around the entire county. You guys, just like Dunedin, are not privileged with their own specific police department that probably lives near the city and specifically knows their laws and specific amendments that the commission and or city manager has put in place. So I do think that it's extremely important to have metrics, scientific metrics that are readable. Also, to stipulate with regard to Dunedin, the measurements are taking place prior to 11 p.m. The decibel reading is taken at the property, the property line of the complainant. After 11 p.m., it's taken from the property line of the business. And I think that that is extremely reasonable. For Dunedin, mind you, that's at 11 p.m. for Dunedin. Personally, I've always felt that St. Pete Beach was a little bit livelier than Dunedin. Dunedin's a little bit sleepy. And this ambiguous language that takes place in the code for Safety Harbor is the reason why they are struggling right now to wrangle these issues there. Otherwise, as Julie Ward-Bajowski said in this meeting to one of the complainants, they've known for years that the adjacent property was zoned mixed use or commercial. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you coming out tonight. City Clerk, next.
Lee Pons.
All right. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Lee Pons. I live at 2346 Druid Road in Clearwater. I also work here at St. Pete Guitar Shop at 6630 Gulf Boulevard here in St. Pete Beach. I've been a musician here for decades. I came here from New York. I was on the road. I fell in love with this place. I was in my 20s. I got off the road and stayed here. I have 2 degrees from Juilliard music. I played everything from Margaritaville at the corner bar to Gershwin with the Florida Orchestra. First off, I take offense to the word noise. What I do is not noise. What I do is not to be lumped in with a guy banging a garbage can at 3 a.m. in the morning. You know, I think any other artist here would feel the same way. You know, if we want to amend anything, let's amend the name of it. Want me to get a sound ordinance, a music ordinance, whatever. But noise is insulting. I know a lot of insulting terms I can use for public officials. We're not doing that tonight. You know? And I'm sure you guys do too, you know? The problem is, how do we solve this? Does it have to always be the business or the bands themselves? What about the buildings where people live, the residences? Can we have a code that if you are in a certain district where live music is going to be, and a lot of these bars have been there for decades. I played at the Gallery years ago, you know? It's a little shady of an establishment now, I wish wasn't there, but whatever. You know, years ago I played there. It's been there for decades. Joe said about, you know, no one does the research. Unfortunately, you're right, you've lived there for years. But a lot of these complaints are coming from people who don't live there for years. And the bars or the club venues have been there a lot longer than the residents have been. You know, another question I have, what about city indoors concerts and events? Are they going to be exempt? Because a lot of cities do that. They'll have this ordinance for the businesses, but in themselves, it's a whole different story. So again, are you going to hold yourselves to the same ordinance? Mm-hmm. Do you plan on that?
You have to.
You know?
Joe's asleep at 10 o'clock, so we're not
What's
having...
that?
Joe's asleep at 10 o'clock, we're not having any parties.
Believe it or not, I'm old too. It's like I am also.
Won't be asleep
You know?
tonight, I'll tell you.
I should be falling asleep now. But again, like I'm saying, we should, you know, we need to find, there are technical ways of dealing with this, sound placement, you know, and speaker placement. In St. Pete Beach, or I should say St. Pete proper, for outside venues, there's speakers that are supposed to be on a pole overhead and pointing at a 45-degree angle toward the ground. Right? That's not an unreasonable request.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that can help in huge ways, just that alone. It's like I said, this has been here for years. We have a culture, we have a community. This is all based on this.
Thank you.
We have to continue on this. And we have to
Appreciate you coming out tonight. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, Lee. City Clerk?
Tito D.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tito Vallejo, 6911 Interbay Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Good evening, Council and Your Honor. I just want to say a lot of what I was planning to say has already been mentioned, has already been stated, so I want to reiterate a few things. First of all, dropping the 500 feet segment of the ordinance is huge to go towards mitigating the fear and anxiety, as you've already heard from a lot of our community. So thank you for that. But more than that, I think that it's just the arbitrary words and measurements that were in this ordinance. And Councilman Mulholland admitted that it was arbitrary in your statement. It was around 7:48 p.m. today. So if we know that it's arbitrary, let's fix that. There are ways to measure this, and you, Your Honor, you mentioned that you like EDM. So you well know that if you don't have low end, if I were to turn off the subs at your concert, you wouldn't feel like dancing. But you also know, as you mentioned, that low frequencies propagate in a different way than high frequencies. So rather than just using arbitrary terms and arbitrary measures, which will be difficult to enforce, as has been mentioned, let's employ the expertise of experts, which clearly we have here. And if not, I'm sure the city, or maybe it has to be the county, I don't know how your finances work there, employ an expert, audiologist, acoustician, sound engineers, something like this. So we have actual enforceable measurements and readings and measures. That is the basis of most of the fear and anxiety. If we say you can't have any noise, well, what is excessive noise? What is realistic? What is this and that? I do agree that 200 feet is absurd. If you understand how the physics of sounds works, which I have a feeling you do. If you understand how the physics of sound works, 200 feet is not reasonable. It's not realistic. Certainly not for low end. The councilwoman earlier mentioned that she went to a concert and at a third of a mile she could hear it, but you haven't received complaints. Now we have numbers. Now we have facts and data that we can use to implement this. Now I understand you have to serve your residents, but while someone moves down here from New York City, and I'm not saying that the solution is to ignore this one person, but you don't change the entire ecosystem, financial and cultural ecosystem of a city just for one person like that. What happens when someone complains repeatedly? Are there any disincentives for someone who is constantly complaining?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. City Clerk, if you'll please call the next name.
Grant Izzy.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Grant Izzy, 203 59th Avenue. I am not a musician. I did play the trombone when I was in high school, but not for very long because I really wasn't that good at it. So I do appreciate all the people who came out from the community today, and I'm actually I feel very positive about the whole discussion tonight. I thought it's been very good. I commend you for listening and accepting some criticism, and feedback. And so I would just like to add just a little bit more to that in order to not only help this issue, but any of the other issues facing our city right now. The reason we are here, right, is because we didn't have this dialogue or take the time to have the dialogue before we did the first reading of the ordinance, right? There's an old saying in leadership, poor leadership, right? You might have heard this. Ready, shoot, aim. How many times are we going to shoot before we actually aim to get something right? I believe you're going to get this right, this ordinance. I believe it because you've taken the time to meet with folks, and I sincerely believe you're going to do more of these discussions. But that has to happen across the board with all our issues, okay? I didn't come here tonight to talk about this. I'm going to talk about permits later. But it's the same concept. We are a community. And the only way this community is going to pull through from this crisis is if we talk to each other before we start making decisions, because this ecosystem, as someone mentioned, is important, and we are not going to get back on our feet unless we're talking to each other. We need to be in touch. We need to be in touch with everyone in this community. And this didn't have to happen tonight. It was totally preventable. So I'm just asking you to aim first before you shoot in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In case y'all didn't know, he's running for office, so. City Clerk.
Rob Cezanne.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Robert Cezanne, 4506 Gulf Boulevard. I wanted to make sure that the musicians and everybody at home are watching this and they're paying attention to actions over words, because I want to have everybody explain what happened tonight. So tonight we came here and the noise ordinance wasn't actually on the agenda. So because it wasn't on the agenda, everybody had the ability to speak at comments, at audience comments. But because the mayor then put it on the agenda and put it last on the agenda, it wasn't going to be told until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't think you guys really realize that. So as good as this mayor is with his elegant words and kind speaking about democracy and wanting to hear everybody, he really didn't want to hear from you guys today. He really didn't. He was actually trying to shake you guys out. So especially having the efforts that they showed in the beginning with the 2-hour presentation, that usually comes after the audience comments. But it was purposely put in front of the audience comments to shake many of you out. And kudos to you guys for actually staying around and not being shaken out. But this mayor, you really have to watch him, because he says one thing, but actions speak louder than words. And his actions today prove to everybody that he says he cares, but does he really care? I don't think so. So between us, we shouldn't even be here, Mr. Mayor. We should be focusing on recovery for the residents. So this is absolutely ridiculous that we're even discussing this ordinance, the beach ordinance, sign ordinance, all this other stuff you're coming. The fire department needs our help. The residents need our help. That's what we should be discussing. Not this, not wasting all these people's time, my time, the commission's time. So kudos to Ms. Marriott and Rosinski for bringing this edition much quicker up, so we didn't have to be here at midnight. So thank you for voting to get this done. But before I finish with this, I had a pleasure of speaking with the sheriff about 2 days ago in regards to this exact ordinance, and he gave me a good example. He said, thankfully, because there's a decimal reading, somebody did not get cited. There was an incident at Zamora, and San Sierra actually called on Zamora because of the noise. Sheriff actually came to San Sierra, the window was open, and the gentleman was complaining they can hear the noise. Sheriff took out the decimal reading, and he's like, yep, I can definitely hear the noise. And he showed them the decimal reading. He also showed them the decimal reading of the cars passing by. The cars passing by were actually a louder decimal reading than the Zamora noise or music that was coming from Zamora. So if there wasn't a decimal reading at that point, that hotel, the Zamora at that point, would have got a citation because of the noise ordinance, the way you're trying to pass it. There's no doubt about it. There needs to be a decimal reading. Technology should be used. It's to our advantage. There's no reason we're going back in time and not using technology. So decimal reading, are you paying attention, Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
You have your time.
Okay, I'm just making sure you're paying attention, because you were so much paying attention to everybody else, but when I'm calling you out, you're really kind of doing your own thing. So this, again, actions louder than words. So I want the residents to realize who our mayor is here. He's also propping Lisa up as well with all these comments of hers. So thank you for your time. Let's save St. Pete Beach and let's recover St. Pete Beach.
Thank you, Robert. And here is the agenda from the last commission meeting, just so you can see that the presentations always come first before audience comments. So what he told you knowingly was incorrect. And I don't take offense to anything he says except for one thing. My grandfather spent 2 years in the gulag because he spoke against the government. My grandfather climbed through barbed wire and mud in a minefield, leaving his 6-month-old son, me, in the middle of the night. Do you know why? So he could be in a land that is free, where he could speak his mind even against the government. And so you can say whatever you want about me. That's fine. I got thick skin. But do not ever question my love for this country and free speech, and that's why we sat here for the last 3 hours and listened to every single person. You do not have this in any other country. You had your time, sir. And I let you speak, even though we normally do not allow personal attacks. But I want to make sure everybody had the opportunity to hear you speak so that you can speak your mind, because I do believe absolutely in the free expression and freedom of speech. And you have it, and you should enjoy it, and should be thankful for it every single day. So I'm happy to have any conversations, but if you want to impugn my integrity on that, shame on you. Next person.
Carly Johnson.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Carly Johnson, 10288 110th Avenue North, Largo, Florida. I just want to first and foremost say thank you for letting us, members of the community, to have the ability to talk to you guys about the concern that me and a lot of my best friends back here have about the noise ordinance. So myself, I'm a musician along with my band members back there. We were scared to death when we heard about this, knowing that we hadn't been able to play Jimmy B's or Toasted Monkeys since mid-September due to the hurricane was obviously a huge hit financially for a lot of us. And this new noise ordinance was going to be even a huge concern because we didn't think we would be able to play music at all after that. So we kind of were gearing up to, okay, should we look for other jobs? Because this is what we do full time. We don't do anything else. We don't want to do anything else. This is what we love. We love St. Pete Beach. My mom and dad moved here in the 70s, and my mom went and saw bands. And now that I'm playing at bars that her friends used to play at, it's fun. It's a crazy thing to see your daughter do what your friends were used to do. And my 90-year-old grandfather came here to Jimmy B's at a place that we play at after 10 p.m. And he has a lot of different health issues, Alzheimer's, hearing aids, is not mobile. He got up and sang a song at probably 11 p.m. and he had no issue doing that. And I'm sorry for the people that do have health issues and are going through XYZ, but we don't play until 10 p.m. at Jimmy B's. We go till almost 2 a.m. Fridays, Saturdays, and even during the week. So to take that away from us, it's taking away a huge pay cut from us. It's taking away our livelihood, our freedom, our just what we enjoy in general. And I feel like it's going to harm tourism. It's going to harm a lot of things in St. Pete Beach, St. Pete in general. It's going to harm businesses. It's going to harm our booking agent. Shout out to Chris Harmon, who spoke earlier with Street Spirit Entertainment. And I feel like it's just not a good move, and there has to be other ways to work around it. As Seth was saying earlier, maybe with the decibels or soundproof, like the windows or something like that. Just working with what we have instead of banishing it completely, I think is a horrible move. And I also want to speak to Mr. Joe Mulholland for grouping us into saying we can do whatever we want. I believe is completely disrespectful, and I do believe that we are deserved an apology. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carly. Thank you to your friends for coming out tonight. City Clerk.
Tanya Navarro.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tanya Navarro. My address is 10815 Cedar Street, Riverview, Florida. So I have a babysitter on the clock since 4:30. My husband and I are both full-time musicians. I actually don't make the majority of my money here on St. Pete Beach. I'm mostly an event singer, but I have had many years, especially right after COVID, where Chris Harmon saved my butt because I have 3 young kids at home and a 4th on the way. And my husband and I thought that it was worth it to come out tonight in support of all of our musician friends who this is their livelihood. And I heard a lot in this meeting about, especially at the beginning, about the residents and about their quality of life. And I think it is worth consideration about the musicians, the business owners, and everybody else who works on St. Pete Beach and their quality of life. I don't think it's fair to say that one supersedes another, and I think that equal consideration needs to be given to both. As someone who has worked in the industry, and I've actually attended similar meetings like this in the city of Tampa for businesses that were in residential areas. I actually spoke on behalf of another business that was having big time issues with their residents nearby, saying that the music indoors was shaking their windows, which is just physically impossible. There weren't even subwoofers inside. But you're always going to have residents that are not happy. You're always going to have people that are unhappy. I'm sure no matter what you decide, you're going to have musicians that are unhappy, and you're going to have residents that are unhappy. There's no way to please everybody, and I don't envy your position because you are beholden to all of us, and I can really appreciate your position. But what I would say is you can't have an arbitrary or ambiguous measurement. It has to be a real decibel limit. We play at a ton of venues for weddings, like the Bishop Museum, where they have manatees and tanks across from us, and there's a 70 dB, like, which is ridiculous. It's a room full of people talking, but that's what their rule is, and it's a hard measurement that we can adhere to, because without that kind of limitation, we can't possibly even attempt to make people happy. So that's what I came to say. I think Seth Campbell had a lot of actually really great ideas, but please give us a way that we can physically and scientifically measure to make people happy. The city of Tampa did extensive research. I know you cited that theirs is 100 feet and what their limitations were, but before they made any of those decisions, and I researched this thoroughly, they brought in experts. They did studies, and based on their infrastructure, and I think that it would really benefit you to do the same. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro.
Tiffany.
Clerk, if you please call the next name.
Tiffany Bender.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tiffany Bender, and my address is 4280 70th Avenue North, St. Pete, Florida. I'm going to read most of this just off my phone because I was unsure if I should speak, but everyone had very beautiful things to say, so I figured I could share my heart. First and foremost, I do want to thank you all for taking your time out of your day to speak with us and let us come out and speak, because everyone did come out and show their support, so I think that's awesome. I don't necessarily have a solution. I did like what Seth Campbell had to say. He did have a lot of good ideas there, but I did want to share my heart. So I personally find music cures the soul and mind in many ways. I feel like music is a beautiful thing that brings people together. It brings joy and happiness amongst masses. To put an end to group fun because of a few complaints seems rather silly to me. I believe quality of life is affected not by not finding joy within yourself, not from noise from neighbors. And I'm just going to leave that at that. But I do think quality of life is kind of based on, I can understand maybe excessive noise, but quality of life really is just based on how you choose to live it. I do not personally believe that my neighbors or public nuisances are more than just a bother to me occasionally, or should affect me enough to want to put an absurd end to joy that others are having. The new ordinance can be seen as very biased and has no real measure that makes sense to use. Many people come to the beach to have a good time, and when I think of beach, I think of party. I don't think we will ever be able to control everyone, nor should we, and respect is usually learned throughout experiences. I think we've all had a party phase in our lives. The older I get, the less interested in that I am, but I have to think that that was once me. I was once younger. I was once learning. I was once growing. I still am, but now in different ways. I've been blessed to find my path as a musician, like many of the other people here tonight. I'm blessed to be in a city of St. Pete that has such a thriving, beautiful music community that brings wonderful souls together, where we get to leave our fears, our sorrows, and our thoughts behind and groove with the music. This is a place where I have not just been able to perform, but I've been able to see my own favorites and been inspired many times throughout the years I've lived here. Without some of those late night noises, some of my favorite and most incredible experiences would not exist. Thank you.
Thank you,
for letting me
Tiffany.
share. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you so much for coming out tonight. City Clerk?
I have no other cards.
Okay, thank you. So that closes the conversation on the, that closes the public comments on the, what shall we call it, the sound ordinance? Who said that? The sound ordinance, right? All right.
So I'll take it back to the commissioners. Commissioners, do you have anything else to add or any other further discussion? Commissioner Marriott?
I would like to suggest that before this comes back to us for a second reading, that, and maybe it means that we have to start all over at first reading, but I would be amenable to that, that we, clearly this is a subject that a lot of people are passionate about, and that there is some information that we need before we can come up with a workable ordinance. And so I would like to propose that at some point before we go further with this ordinance, we have a workshop session about it where we can, gather more information and talk about it more fully and really devote the time to it that it deserves.
Okay, thank you. I think that was on the recommendation from the city manager at the last meeting, that we have additional data and information prior to that we gather all that information before the next reading. I don't think that's necessarily the worst idea to have maybe kind of just a status update or just here's what we found so far before the second reading, so that we can have as much data as possible. I think the data we got tonight was pretty good. I've got a cheat sheet this long, right? So those of you who think I'm not taking notes and not paying attention, this was very valuable, so thank you for that. It was invaluable. So, Commissioner?
I like the idea of more discussion as well. I like the idea of the passion here and everybody coming up with ideas. I think there are some great ideas out there, and it keeps our community together as well. It's a two-way street, and if we can work together, then we can solve all the problems. So I think definitely some more discussion on it. In regards to, it sounds like the musicians like the decibel reading. They want the measurement. So that needs a little bit, I think, a little bit more determination. Even though it's been difficult, it's something I think we need to look at as well.
I thought what he said, the one gentleman, I forget who it was, but he mentioned having a reading both at after hours, having the reading at the actual venue.
Yeah,
right.
It's either the property line of the complainant.
And that was that Dunedin, or was that okay?
They've done a lot of research on there. It's worth investigating for sure.
Well, thank you. That's excellent information. Thank you so much for that.
I like the other idea of the location of speakers. That came up with the on poles and 45 degrees. I think there's some science behind this as well as the measurement. So I think there's definitely ways to solve this. Now that this is a process, and I'm happy that everybody's involved in the process. I mean, it was noticed. We had the first reading. That's why there's always a second reading as well, because there's that room in between to make the changes, to listen to. I don't know how else we would have gotten the word out to everybody about notification on the noise ordinance. So it's glad that people are listening and watching and being involved, because that's how you make real change, is you're involved. You're not sitting back, and you're involved. So I'm happy to see that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments, discussions before we move on to the next item?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see your red light.
No, that's fine. Yeah, a lot of this stuff that we've heard tonight and we've talked about tonight, it's in the CUP process. And
the CUP process is the process by which you get the permits to play music, amplified music specifically.
And oftentimes the CUP process fails us. We have a situation currently where the CUP process likely will fail us. So I just want to add some context to that, that there is a process in place to have people do different things with their speakers and some of these things, and it has failed, or potentially has failed. So I just want to add that context to it.
Sure.
Do we need more dialogue? Yes. And I know there's been a lot of criticism, and I have been, since I've been on this commission, a bit of a champion about getting ordinances out there, because I sat in this room for 18 months before I became a commissioner, and not a lot happened in here. Not a lot got done. There was a lot of hand-wringing over stuff. We dealt with a beach ordinance the last commission meeting that has been lingering for 2 or 3 years in this city. 3 years in this city. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Riznicki as well as Commissioner Marriott were on the beach stewardship committee back when that was originally being worked on, and nothing ever happened. And 3 years later, we had it wasn't a private meeting, but it wasn't a public meeting. I didn't insist. I asked that we bring the beach ordinance forward because it had been lingering for so long, so we could get it front and center so we could act on it rather than it just sitting around and nothing ever getting done. Maybe I know Mr. Izzy gave me or gave us a leadership lesson, but I think I know a little bit about leadership as well. And sometimes you got to get stuff dealt with and get it moving in order to get something done. And a lot doesn't or hasn't historically got done around here, or big things haven't historically gotten done. There's not been a lot of proactive legislating in this particular body, at least since I've been paying attention. So I just wanted to create some context, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Riznicki?
Thank you. I use the hand, so I don't have the light over here.
I just wanted to say that I do, I appreciated that Commissioner Marriott had brought up earlier about having workshops or discussions before ordinances are brought that are not emergency. And this, for me, was one. It seems that a lot has become a discussion about the music, when what I've always heard from residents was not about the music. It was about the repeat offenders, right? And it's not about musicians. It's about any type of nuisance. So I know we're saying sound ordinance, or do we call it, back to the noise ordinance, but it's about nuisance. It's about the same repetitive calls that we get from the same resident who's saying that they have a repeat offender. So I hope that in our discussions in the future, whether it's a workshop or however we're going to go forward, but that we remember, how do we address that? Because I heard Commissioner Mulholland bring up the CUPs. Yes, we do have a lot of CUPs that have conditions, and again, it goes back to those repeat offenders. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we move on to consent agenda. Is there a motion to?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Riznicki?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Nope. All right. City Clerk, do we have any general audience comments?
Grant Izzy?
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Grant Izzy, 203 59th Avenue. Well, good evening. First, before I begin on my permitting discussion, I wanted to thank the city staff for their continued efforts to address the number of permits that we still have outstanding. I know you're working hard. But let's not lose sight that we still have over 700, households or businesses without permits. That's 71% permit approval rating is still a grade of a C-. And frankly, I think we can all agree that's not good enough. So how can we do better right now? On behalf of many of our residents, I am formally asking this commission tonight to give direction to the city manager to immediately start a new express permit initiative, which will allow residents who sustain the typical flood damage that most of us received and only want to put their homes back into their original configuration to start the recovery process without further delay. This can be done by simply signing an affidavit, which of course would require compliance with all building codes, inspections, and cost reporting. And this is something that literally can be done in 15 minutes. In addition, I'm also asking that we allow inspections to be accomplished with photos and/or video. There is no reason we can't use technology to our advantage. Now, I know what I will probably hear is that just can't be done. And we've already discussed this. Or we have to be fearful of FEMA because we are going to lose our insurance discount or get kicked out of the NFIP. There is no evidence that supports these concerns, and we heard the same erroneous statements during the zero look-back discussions. You only get in trouble with FEMA if you break the rules. And express permitting is not one of their rules. How a city permits is up to the city, as stated by FEMA. So as far back as October 22nd, many of us stood in the same place urging you to apply common sense and to vote for the zero look back and urging you to make fact-based decisions, not decisions based on what you are afraid might happen. Unfortunately, it took you almost 90 days to come to the realization that the zero look back was the right answer, and you finally voted for it on the 23rd of December. So again, I am urging you tonight to not make the same type of indecisive leadership mistake. Please think out of the box, be courageous, be decisive, and help this community rebuild ASAP. Stay focused on the real needs of the community. Thank you.
Rob Cezanne.
City Attorney, I'm just,
Rob Cezanne.
if we have a standing rule against personal attacks, I'm perfectly happy if he wants to do it again to let him do so. So please do not interrupt him for his 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Cezanne, 4506 Gulf Boulevard, and I am not attacking, just stating the facts. So that's all they are. So I'm actually glad that we actually had that 2-hour presentation prior, because I'm here to speak about my permit. So for those that don't know, there was actually a meeting here on February 3rd that the mayor put together. It was an open forum meeting. All the commissioners, with the exception of Joe, was not here at this meeting, and 3 of the building officials were here. And I was here with probably about 7 or 8 other people, and the big topic, of course, was permitting and the process of it. At that meeting, Mayor, you said that you guys are so caught up that you guys are issuing permits within 14 days. If somebody submits a permit, 14. Actually, you mentioned 10 days, and then Denise corrected you and said probably about 14 days. I want all the residents to know that I applied for a permit on January 22nd, which is a Wednesday. Tomorrow will be Wednesday. It'll be 3 weeks for a simple fence permit. Fence does not require electrical, HVAC, or plumbing. A simple fence permit. And here I will be here tomorrow, 3 weeks. Most likely now that I'm making this comment, I'll actually get it tomorrow, hopefully. A simple fence permit my contractor applied for, and we can't even get that done. So how are you here able to stand in front of all these people and tell everybody that you're issuing permits, you're doing this? I think Mr. Izzy just said you're at 70%. 70% is a D. 65% is where you were at last Monday, so that was an F. So I honestly don't think you're doing a great job. I really don't. So I think we need to get people into their homes. I think we need to start issuing permits. Forget about all this other stuff we're discussing right now with sound ordinance, noise ordinance, beach ordinances, all this stuff. All this needs to be tabled. Everything needs to be tabled. There's nothing more important than getting residents back in their houses. You're wasting too much energy, too much time on nonsense. The important thing is the residents and getting residents back in the house. You mentioned neighbors helping neighbors. I want you to know, and I want all of our residents to know, that I've actually closed all my hotels down, all January, February, March. Not closed them down, but actually canceled all of our reservations. Every single reservation in our hotel, and every person we have in our hotel right now is a FEMA guest. So every displaced neighbor is actually staying in my hotel. So that's actually neighbors helping neighbors. I can be making a whole lot more money with tourists right now. Much more money. I'm taking the lower money from FEMA because it's the right thing to do. So some of us do care about our residents, and some of us are doing the right thing. I've been here for 37 years. This is my beach I grew up on. I went to Gulf Beaches. I went to St. John's. My kids went to Gulf Beaches. My kids went to St. John's. I care about this beach much more, Mr. Mayor, than you think and you'll ever know. So I urge you to get our residents into their homes because that's priority. All this today was nonsense. What time is it now? Whatever time it is, absolutely nonsense today. So disappointed in you and disappointed in some of these commission members here. Appreciate the other commission members. Everyone knows who I'm speaking about. But the facts are the facts, and unfortunately 90 days to get the process going was ridiculous, and more delays are happening. Let's get people in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe we're prioritizing non-emergency permits over emergency permits, getting people in their homes back. So maybe a fence permit, is probably getting processed slower than getting, permits for substantial damage and getting them back in their homes. So thank you, sir. Do we have any more general audience
sorry. I'm
comments?
trying to answer. Mark Bailey.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Mark Bailey, address is 5820 Bimini Way South, 59th, right off 59th Avenue. My wife is Judy, and she's here with me tonight. We've been coming down here for 40 years, owned property here for decades. And we have a house that's one story in that cul-de-sac. There are two large homes on either side of me, and they've elevated their properties so the entire street drains down to our property and out to the bay. But anyway, we applied for a permit. We got hit like Helene, like everyone else. We applied for a permit in December, and it remained pending in January. And we finally went down there with our builder to find out what was going on with it. So naively, I guess, the builder said, look, the cost for the repairs is less than 50% of the county assessors. So we went down there naively and waited about an hour and a half and went in and spoke to a woman there, and she said, well, you need an appraisal, or you can just tear your house down. And we said, well, we want to challenge the FEMA damage determination. She said you can't do that. So my wife and I went subsequently back to review the substantial damage letter and our insurance policy. The letter sets forth various options. One, you can challenge the FEMA determination, contrary to what we were told after waiting an hour and a half, or we can elevate. And then what value, what relevance does substantial damage have if you choose to elevate your home? And so, frankly, if we did challenge the FEMA determination, I have no doubt that we could get a permit for our single-story street-level home. But our insurance policy, it provides a significant benefit for elevation of substantially damaged homes. And so the mayor's supported people elevating their homes. Peace of mind for my wife and I at our age. We're both working full-time, taking off a half a day of work here and there just to wait around for somebody to be rather dismissive of our entire process, with our builder standing there as well. Was not appreciated. But at our age, peace of mind dictated elevation. So we hired a reputable elevation company and have paid a significant down payment to get that done, $40,000 to start the engineering processes and the surveys and the elevation and all the things that go into preparing to begin, as Stephen Covey would say. This work is underway. We went last week back and I'm sorry. You want me to stop?
If you, look,
I'll hurry up.
It sounds like you had
well, the bottom
very
line,
unpleasant experience. And
well, the bottom line is, Mayor,
yep.
We got a denial after we talked to the young man and the permit department,
right,
who basically said, it looks like we can get this done for you. I'll call you back. He didn't call. And 2 or 3 days later, we get a dismissive email. It basically says, your permit's denied because you've been substantially damaged. And it's like, we just showed you the contract we entered into to get this house elevated. What significance, what relevance does a substantially damaged letter have to do? You can't, I guess you can do anything you want, but we want somebody to give us the permit like all of our neighbors are getting to do the interior.
Of course.
So while this is pending, we aren't paying money for rent and all the other things. It's just frittering away, and by the time
If you'll allow, City Manager, would you mind taking his name and number, and we can give you a call back tomorrow morning?
we need it, yes, sir, but there needs to be a process for people who want to do what you've asked us to do, and that's elevate these homes.
Right, absolutely. And then, again, that shouldn't have happened that way, and, you know, for what it's worth, I know it does,
well,
it's too late now as an apology, but allow us to take care of it. If you don't mind
people
giving.
all around us, they're not elevating their homes. They're almost finished.
Right.
We're sitting around waiting naively because we're trying to follow the rules and improve the property.
Certainly. So let us help you. Thank you, sir.
What's your name? John Kurzman.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
John Kurzman, Bahia Honda Way.
Thank you.
You can zoom in again. I just want to follow up on what another gentleman said earlier, and that is, you know, certainly...
Mr. Kurzman, I apologize. Would you mind stopping the clock for a second? Deputy, if you would kindly ask the individuals outside if they would just move it outside, because it's just very difficult. I could barely understand the last gentleman. Thank you so much, sir.
The gentleman who mentioned that, you know, residents, you know, should be top priority, I guess, over fences, but also businesses. Because I was hearing from some businesses, and, you know, that just, it's, you know, real trickles down and trickles out. And when the workers can't go to work, you know, they can't pay the rent or they can't do anything, and it's really affecting them too. So when we talk about the process, I talked about that before, but here's an example. And this was what got me involved with the city. Back in 2021, and this had nothing to do with anyone here, not a single person here on the commission, no one in the administration, but they did an ordinance, and it was for streets and sidewalks and micromobility. And they said, we have to address the rentals of scooters and e-bikes that are going on, and this is going to be terrible. They're leaving them all over the sidewalk, and the next thing you know, it wasn't streets and sidewalks. It affected things on the beach. That's not a street and sidewalk. And the definition of micromobility was a transportation available for private use by reservation through an online application or a website or software. It was rentals. Next thing you know, it affected the e-bikes that we owned ourselves. And I wrote a letter to Mr. Dickman, I reached out to the commission, and they didn't care. So if you go back to that last slide, that's when the process breaks. When they ignore that and you feel like you weren't being listened to. And you don't get the public notice. And the commission was deprived of the input from the public, so they only heard one side. They heard the people that said, we don't like e-bikes. They didn't hear from any of the people that knew that it was going to be taken away from everybody. So I think it's important that before we put that, for instance, into the new beach ordinance, that these different things get called out. And also we now have a new ticketing ordinance, because what they also said to us was, don't worry about it. The sheriffs have more important things to do than to pull you over. But, you know, all of a sudden now, on a cold day in January, when the only people on the beach were kids on bikes, and not even near the water, That's what the sheriffs were busy doing, was pulling people over. So, you know, things are changing, and now we have a ticketing ordinance where now different people are going to get pulled over or not have the warnings. So I was thinking, you know, we have a freebie, maybe we need a free beach chair. You know, we want to get cars off the road, maybe we want to get chairs off the road, or chairs off the beach, you know, if we're going to compete with other businesses. So what I want to do is maybe before on the 26th, have another beach stewardship meeting, and I'm speaking for myself, where people come forward and get to talk about the very different things that are covered in the ordinance. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask Mr. Kruzman a quick question? Sir, how long have you been on the Beach Stewardship Committee?
I was on back when Karen and Betty were on the committee.
So the three of you have been involved with this for over 3 years. Would that be a correct statement?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
And we were
Thank you,
waiting.
sir. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay.
Deborah Scheckner.
All right. Going once. Going twice. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Deborah Scheckner, St. Pete Beach, Oceaga Isle. First, I have to say, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. It's coming this week. So the gentleman that I will talk about, that hotelier, is Robert Chazan, who lived across from the Zamora and complained that the music was too loud, and it does travel across the water, and he moved to Treasure Island. So when I talk about that hotelier, now you know who he is. I do want to thank Lisa Robinson, because today I helped a senior couple that we've known. They don't have internet. They don't have a computer. Even their phone doesn't even do text. So I'm trying to devise a way to help them by using an email that comes to my computer, because they're paying out of their pocket for everything. Because if it's only on the city website, and I understand that's how you get information out, they don't even have the internet, so they need the help of their neighbors. And honestly, I don't think anybody up here understands how many people don't even own a computer or have internet or anything. So that really surprised me. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that and how we can help them. I don't know if it would be an email that goes to the city and then maybe they call them or whatever. It's interesting that the pro-massive hotel groups did not want Lisa around when she was being appointed, and then they changed the rules. Why? Because it's residents first, anti-massive, huge hotels and development. And you've been that way since I have known you, and I moved here in 2000. We also owned property before that, and I really, really appreciate that. Some other people are promoted by the chamber. The chamber works to have massive, huge hotels on St. Pete Beach. It's the way it is, and it's been that way forever. Residents have been ignored by the prior commissions to the nth degree, where we're here till 3 in the morning and hundreds of people have been here, yet those other people, those other representatives voted against the will of the people all the time. And that scares me with new people coming in, because I know who you are. I know who you are. I know who you are. And we're in a massive situation in St. Pete Beach between recovery from the hurricane, and you know, we don't see anybody doing benefits for us. Nope, they're only doing benefits for California and in North Carolina, where we're just ignored with the stepchild or the orphan. And we need to take a look at how we can have some of that money that's coming in through, well, anyway.
Thank you.
We need help. Thank you.
Vincent Torminia.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Vincent Torminia, 3514 Casablanca Avenue, St. Pete Beach, Florida. There's a way that permits could be actually done faster. My neighbors have been doing them. They've been requesting from the city an inspection for the inspectors to come out, and they have been coming out, and they've been issuing the permits right after that, after they do the inspections on the houses. So that's one thing. So, but people don't know about it unless you inquire about it, okay? The second thing is, I am against video inspections or photos. As you know, and I don't know if you know, but a couple of years ago, before you guys were even in here, I had a video inspection and my air conditioner exploded in my house. And you could watch it on Jackie Calloway. Just type it in on Google and see air conditioning with Jackie Calloway, and you'll see me on there, okay? So I had a very bad experience and of that situation. So I understand that there's a lot of backlog with all these inspections and everything else like that, but there is a way that people could start getting inspections in their home, okay, and start the work in their home, and they will give them, they come out. They gave it to my next door neighbor right away. She got it the same day. Her contractor went, called, it requested an inspection before he started the work, and it was done. And it's been going ever since. So there is a way of doing that. But as far as video and photos, no, I don't think so. That's all I have to say.
Thank you,
Take
Mr.
care,
Tremania. Thank you for coming out, sir.
I have no other cards.
Okay. Next, we have item 5A. Previously, item 4J, task order with Half Associates. Commissioner Mulholland, you had some questions?
Probably for Mr. Mills, I would assume. I just need to get a few clarifications on this particular project. So I believe the existing check valves have been serviced and inspected as best we possibly could service and inspect them recently. Is that not correct?
For the record, Camden Mills Public Services Director. Those have not been recently inspected or maintained.
I thought we had a conversation that they had the trucks going valve to valve and pulling debris as best they could out of them. Did that not happen?
Those inspections when maintenance were at the baffle boxes that are a little bit upstream from the pipe end. These check valves are inside of the pipe at the very pipe end.
So we've done nothing. We haven't had divers. I thought there was some discussion about divers getting some of the sea growth and some of that out of the piping and up into the valves. None of that's happened.
No, sir. That has not happened. We do plan to solicit a contract for those diving services for routine maintenance, but that hasn't been completed yet.
So we can probably reasonably assume that the function of all these existing check valves is not going to be much better than it was before you took your position. Would that be correct?
With these proposed improvements, removing the check valve from the pipe end and moving it closer to the road, that would allow our staff to be able to maintain.
No, I understand that, but as we sit here today, and assuming the design and the new install isn't done before the rainy season or hurricane season, that we're speaking principally about Paso Grill Way here, we're likely looking at the same tidal and freshwater flooding until the new boxes go in. There's nothing that's happened since then that should make us think that that's going to get better.
That would be correct. The only maintenance that's occurred since then was cleaning out sediment and debris from those baffle box structures.
And the engineering design, it's laid out here about all the various meetings and the like, but there's no specific timeline. Could you humor me and try to give me some kind of a timeline of what we might be talking about on this?
Our target is 6 months from notice to proceed. The process would be first starting with the engineering design, which since this is a retrofit, it's not as complicated as a new design. The majority of the time frame would come through the bidding process. So, design a couple months, go through the bidding process, which typically takes about 2 months, and then the construction phase of it. Construction would be pretty quickly. The only time real there would be in the lead time of ordering the materials. So altogether, we're targeting 6 months.
So we're looking August plus or minus for the design phase. Approximately. And then the install timeline after that.
Install would be fairly quickly. Again, the longest part of the install would be procuring the materials, but the install itself wouldn't take but a couple weeks of actual construction on site.
So anybody that wants to transit Paso Grill Way, or anybody that lives on Paso Grill Way, just needs to buckle up for hurricane season, is what I'm hearing.
We're gonna try to expedite this as much as we can ahead of hurricane season. Again, our goal is to get it in 6 months, but existing conditions until that would be in place until that's completed.
Is there, and this question may be more for the city manager, I know the check valves were in the capital improvement budget for the upcoming year. Does it appear as if they're going to hold? I know we're going to have meetings on this moving forward, but is this an item that I'm going to have to tell people in a few months didn't make the budget cut? Are we at risk at that, or? I mean, this is important to a lot of the people down there.
Yeah. So this project's fully funded through this fiscal year, which ends September 30. I don't see any forecast of removing funding from the project. The goal is to complete it.
And not axe it.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
Yes. I make a motion to approve the task order with Health Associates, Inc. for engineering design services for Paso Grill check valves project in the amount of $58,598.99, and to authorize the city manager to execute the task order.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 6A, ordinances, final reading of ordinance 202501. City Clerk, please.
Yes, ordinance 2025-01, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, amending the St. Pete Beach Code of Ordinances, sections 98-35, 98-36, 98-122.4, and 98-128.4, to amend a provision related to improvement and repair of buildings in flood hazard areas, providing for severability, codification, and scrivener's error, and providing for an effective date.
Any comments, discussion? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to adopt.
I have public comment.
Okay, public comment?
Deborah Scheckner? I don't have public comment.
Thank you.
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-01.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have items for discussion. The first one is 7A, Enterprise Programs. In December 10th, we had a rather lengthy and disturbing report on the current state of our enterprise programs. Subsequently, we had a discussion about the previous consent order with the DEP, that some of the items in the enterprise report might need to be addressed, and so we asked the city attorney to take a look and come back with a recommendation. City attorney?
In front of you on the dais, you have a paper copy of a 2-page cover letter. This would be to transmit to the DEP and also to the Department of Commerce, the consent order, the compliance agreement, but most importantly, the enterprise system overview that Camden Mills presented on December 10th. This would be to send this to the state.
Thank you, sir.
So our plan is to sign this and send it out, unless we hear otherwise from you tonight.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Marriott?
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick questions. Do you have any expectation of the result of this? Or and I guess what I'm really getting at is are we, proactively signing ourselves up for fines or something like that that's going to adversely, significantly affect our city budget?
No, I don't expect any fines. This is just informational only. The consent order has been closed. The compliance agreement was to adopt remedial amendments to our comp plan, which we adopted. So we should not be facing any fines, but this is full disclosure to them. It's better to disclose or provide any notice than not.
Okay, and then the information that will be attached, that will be transmitted to them, that will also include our current status of what we're doing, correct?
Yeah, it has the entire enterprise overview presentation that Camden gave, and it's over 100 and some pages, but it goes through and talks about what we've adopted, our shortfalls, our funding sources, our budget, and it goes through each of these items and has the photographs and the financials for our budgets.
So we're providing clear information about that this is what happened. We fell short on some of these items. This is what we're in the process of doing to rectify it. Correct? Yes. Okay. Because I wouldn't want to see us do something. It would seem kind of like driving past a policeman and going, "Oh, hey, by the way, I drive too fast all the time, and I've gotten a lot of speeding tickets. Would you please follow me?"
This is more to disclose our deficiencies and our needs.
Okay.
And right now, they're preparing for legislative appropriations for the upcoming session, not the special session, but the upcoming session after that. So I think this would be useful as a legislative tool also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments, questions? Thank you. Next, we have item 7B, freebie cost reductions. Commissioner Robinson.
I'm bringing this back up again for discussion. I know that the last time we had a lot of individuals speaking, for the freebie, and I'm just I'd like to poll the rest of the commissioners, since we can't talk anywhere but here in public. What feedback did you get? Because I can tell you that I got feedback from residents saying they didn't want to continue to pay for the freebie. So there was this overwhelming here, and I got overwhelming on the other side. I'm sure you all have heard something as well, too. The concern is this is a big, fiscal item. I mean, we've got to be responsible, especially seeing what we just saw. The 25 mil, the other 12, every penny counts. It's kind of like in this town with water, every inch counts. So I have concerns on that. I've listened to what people have said. I know it's a great product, but again, I haven't received anything that they promised. From what they promised from coming forward for schedules, did we get?
We did distribute an email through the city clerk today to the committee.
Today? Okay. So we do have schedules. Okay. But again, it's something, I know for some reason nobody liked the trial program with the $3 for non-residents and residents. getting the free ride, and I'm going to, as a trial program, but I'd like to suggest going ahead and continuing with residents being free and non-residents having, being charged. And I would suggest staying with the $3 and as well doing the advertisement to get some of that monies back as well. Doing what we can to do some cost savings on this item that is, it would still be in existence, but it's not, the residents are paying anyway, regardless of how this works. But at least this reduces the cost for that service.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussion?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Well, I can only speak for myself, but I got the sense that most of us left that meeting a month ago or whenever it was. There's been so many of these, it's hard to remember when it was, but we were all unfulfilled. That's how I felt. I felt like we should do something, and we did nothing. So I'm happy to see that we are going to talk about it again. I guess, you know, I've come to in my mind, I felt Freebie should go back to what it originally was, which essentially is a pass-and-grow loop. I learned from our last meeting that if we're going to keep Freebie, that's probably not going to pass. So I've come to the realization that mentally I would need to compromise, but I still believe that we should do something to help get additional revenue if we can from this product, because we're in such dire need for revenue. And most or many, over half the residents unscientifically do like it. All the businesses, for obvious reasons, seem to love it. So there's a lot of support for it there, but it does represent a significant cost to the city. So I guess just piggybacking a little bit on what Commissioner Robinson had indicated, I guess I would, based on her recommendation of visitors only and the residents not paying, can that be managed, Madam City Manager, through the parking program? I know that was talked about some.
Before you answer that, please, is there a motion to extend the meeting to, let's say, 10:30?
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
A second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrillo?
Yes.
Thank you. So the easiest administrative implementation would be to piggyback off the parking implementation right now. So if we're considering a resident-free program, we have a database that's linked directly to free parking because we have to go through a registration process for that. I would ask the commission to consider that when and how you expect a full implementation, because if you ask me to do something right now in the middle of recovery, might be a little tricky or difficult beyond just transmitting the data we currently have on file to Freebie that we just completed from the December 2024 parking permit process. So if we could just do, I'll call it a soft implementation, and then going forward in 2025, we would then change our forms, most likely, to say when you come register for free parking, would you also like to register for Freebie, or make it automatic so we don't have to differentiate between the resident and they just automatically get registered for both.
So when you say soft, basically you'd message it through communications department, through commissioners, et cetera, that if you're a resident, you need to apply for this through the permit system, and then next year it would be part of the process for anybody. Is that?
Somewhat. I think the soft to me would be, we would just take the current database that we have from the most recent parking, and we would transmit it to Freebie.
And that's only a month old.
And that's a month old. And then if we could definitely put on our website that Freebie's free to residents, and if they're not already registered, just like if you're not already registered for parking, those would be sort of the onesie twosies that come in every week or so that we get, just regular new people come in or new cars. Those sort of things trigger a new registration.
And if you had a disclaimer at the top that says, hey, if you already registered for parking, you don't need to register again, so that we don't get duplicates.
We would try, yeah, we would try our best to.
Yeah.
And I would think we could have Freebie also, reinforce that when, if it's still a soft opening and people are still using it, they can communicate as well with the residents that it's free and they need to sign up.
I mean, one of the things we need to ask Freebie is, can the residents do a direct registration with Freebie? That would be the most ideal. I just don't know that they can do that yet.
Okay.
So I need to confirm.
So it needs a little bit more work, but I mean, it's doable.
It's doable. I just would hope that the expectation is it's not perfect.
Right.
I could see complaints coming and saying, I thought I was registered, and, they try to ride and they have to pay because the driver, as we transition, is not going to be able to waive a rider fee if there's no registration. Right. So there's going to be some hiccups, arguably, on a transition.
I would add, before I'll yield for whoever else, I felt, I kind of thought like that we had left the last meeting with that we had quasi-authorized them to begin the advertising where there's a 50-50 split in the contract, but I personally think...
It was voted down entirely.
Okay. I feel like if we did nothing else, we should authorize that but we should put a condition on that it has to be family-friendly type advertising. Obviously, we don't want strip joints and the like advertising on Freebie, but that would be my thoughts on that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Marriott?
So I think my concerns are the same as they were when we talked about it before, and that is that I think this is a particularly bad time to put extra burden on staff. I think that no matter what we think the burden is, or no matter how simple it appears, that there will be a period of time where somebody is going to have to answer some number of phone calls every day from people who say, I thought the freebie was free for a resident, and I'm a resident, and they charged me, and is it a lot? No. In a normal situation, is it totally acceptable? Absolutely. When there's already 15 people sitting in the lobby waiting to try to get building permits sorted out, it seems like a bad time to put extra stress on staff. I would be completely fine with if we feel like we need to charge. I think we should just charge everybody. Charge everybody $2. I know I understand the idea that residents are already paying for it through their tax dollars, but I think we need to remember that commercial property owners also pay property tax. So I'm paying for the freebie twice, right? And so, the residents or the voting residents or whatever group you want to decide that you're giving special privilege to, they're not the only ones who are funding what happens in the city. And I think we do need to remember that. And so if we really cannot afford the freebie, then I think right now the simple answer is to charge everybody, because it doesn't require any staff time at all. So that's my opinion about that. I am generally in favor of selling advertising when they gave their presentation. My only concern with the advertising revenue is that it's not very much money. It's a very tiny amount of money. And we do have a couple of private businesses that are competitors to the Freebie, that the advertising revenue is their sole source. And I'm moderately concerned, not hugely concerned, but moderately concerned that Freebie will just go, okay, well, the people whose logos are on the side of the Freebie Tried cars are clearly the people who are willing to advertise. We'll just go offer them a better deal and adversely affect the local businesses that we have who are doing the job. So those are my concerns with that.
So what's your solution?
I think we charge everybody $2.
Okay.
Or assume it's like a library and, it's something that's just taxpayer funded and some people use it and some people don't. I don't think we have anybody standing at the doorway of the library trying to decide who's not a resident, who's coming in and reading a magazine.
My concern is the disproportionate use from residents to visitors. I think it was, 60-40? 60 non-residents and 40 residents? That's a big difference. And to have residents pay for it twice, I just can't get behind that. I mean, I was down in Miami, and the hotel there charges you $25, and what you get for your $25 is one free Uber ride, and you get your branded bottled water and your internet, but it was $25 charge. There are ways that the large hotels can work around all that. I'm concerned about the residents and what the residents are paying, and I'm concerned about our budget. And I'm concerned fiscally what we're doing here. I mean, it's a lot of money. I mean, the last meeting, we had a gentleman stand up from Freebie Tried. He offered to do his own program for us. I mean, I'll throw out the fact that we do the termination on Freebie, and we put do their 6 month, and we do an RFP to see what comes back to us that's a better deal for everybody. So that's another option. I just don't think everything needs to be on the back of the residents. And this is one that's clear.
Well, let's hear it from the horse's mouth. City manager, how much time and effort and expense would you estimate saving $250,000 a year would cost us? And if you don't have the number, that's okay. Do you want to give us 30 days and come back with the proposal, or?
Yeah, I need to talk to staff and see really what this looks like, and I can't give you I really can't give you a solid.
I appreciate it. Can you answer what is our base hourly rate at the city? Like, if you were coming in doing basic admin work, what's the lowest entry-level hourly rate?
I think it's around $21 an hour.
Okay. So $21 an hour. Would a part-time person working 20 hours a week be able to handle this entire project?
Yes.
Okay, so a part-time person at $21 an hour for 20 hours is $420 a week, times 52 weeks is $21,840 to save $250,000. So there's a simple solution. We could hire one person, just like we do, by the way. This is not unprecedented in the city, because we do this with meter maids and parking enforcement, right? We have the same math. We look at it and say, okay, we charge this much for parking and this much for parking fines, and we worked it came out to like $65,000 per parking enforcement person over their salary, right? So whatever they get paid, so whatever we pay them, the city makes $65,000 over. So in this scenario, we're able to get a 1 to 10 return. So we would pay somebody $22,000 a year, and we would save $250,000, $240,000 based on the presentation that they gave us a couple weeks ago. I'm just saying, sometimes the solution is much easier, right? I'm not saying that it's not going to take time and work, but we already do this math in other departments. There's no reason why we should keep having the residents pay, and why would we charge them again a second time, just because it's easier, more convenient? Well, so is hiring a part-time admin, and by the way, I seriously doubt it would take 20 hours a week, which means now that gives them an opportunity to maybe free up that person to do something else, answer phones, route calls, whatever it is. I'm simply saying, what you said earlier, sometimes we get so paralyzed in making simple, straightforward decisions.
I think that the hardest thing is just going to be the startup of it. After that, it's going to, once the word gets out that and this part-time person's probably not the full year. It's going to be the startup, and that's it. I mean, we could budget for the whole year, but see how it goes. But to me, it's the startup. Once it's out there and people are registered, they know, and it's easy.
Okay, I would like to ask the city manager, I'm not sure that we're not making a decision tonight, by the way, this is a discussion, right? Okay, so we're simply trying to provide direction to the city staff. My recommendation would be give the city manager at least 30 days time to come back with a proposal, hard data, and say, look, this is how much it's going to cost us. Here's some ways that we could do it, and here's some ways to implement it. I mean, you could even have, for example, as part of the soft launch, a 90-day period where we tell everybody you start getting charged, but we don't charge anyone, so we can see, okay, how many are the freebie missing, right? So that we don't get people coming back to get a $5 refund, right? And that would be a waste of resources. We could still offset it by $21 an hour, but still. But there's got to be a way to, in this scenario, to make sure that we decrease the cost of the freebie while still providing the service that the residents actually want.
And if you do like that soft open where you don't charge, but it's just to get the word out that as of a date it's going to happen, at least that way you get you're hitting your market, because they're the folks that are riding the freebie, the residents, and it helps. As we heard, the workers are, they need the freebie, and this helps them. They don't get charged for it as well. I mean, that's another thing that would, happen there, where you're charging workers as well to ride the freebie. So, it should be free to the residents if we're going to keep the program, and charge for non-residents.
Okay.
But
is anyone opposed to allowing the city manager, giving her ample time, minimum of 30 days, to dig deeper into this and come back with a proposal? Is that a reasonable amount of time?
I'm fine with that, and I think that gives you an opportunity to talk to the freebie, because they were the ones that said they could do this as well.
Yeah, what's your threshold for charging non-residents, just so I have a cost?
Around $3, I think, is what we talked about last time. I think any more than that, you're running into competing with Ubers, and then what's the point? Any less than that, it might not be a hassle. I don't know. That's...
Yeah, I'm easily transition from freebie to 3B.
Okay.
Just saying.
I don't think they're changing their logo.
I don't think so either, but.
Okay.
It's past 10 o'clock. It took me a while on that one.
All right. Is anyone opposed to that idea?
I'm not.
Okay.
No.
City manager, do you have sufficient direction?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next we have item 7C. Commissioner Marriott, you want to talk about the process for ordinances?
Yeah, so I think that the how things went with the noise ordinance clarified for me that I think that our process may be slightly flawed in how ordinances come before us and what we do with them. And so, I think over the last few months, we had some ordinances come to us that were truly emergency ordinances that needed to be dealt with immediately. And it was good that we did that. But there are a number of other things, like the sound ordinance or the noise ordinance, that I think don't fall into that category of the same amount of urgency. And I think that, like tonight was an excellent example of the value and the validity of getting really good input from the community on what we're doing. And I think it would be much easier to do that if, when something new comes before us, if we had a workshop or a community meeting, I guess you'd call it a workshop, and you can, take community input if you like, to gather more information, to really have a good conversation about what's happening, so that then the public has a really solid opportunity to reach out to us and communicate how they feel about things before it comes back to us for a first reading, where, like in the case of this noise ordinance, we were making up numbers for the first reading, which are clearly going to get changed for the second reading. But by the time it comes back to us for second reading, then the people who show up to comment, there's no opportunity for change at that point, right? Because then it's the second reading. And so I feel like it would be a much better process if we, on issues like this, if we would start with a workshop, have a really good, conversation, a time to really focus on one issue, to really figure out all the potential pitfalls and how we're going to deal with it. Have staff be able to come up with a really solid ordinance that's much more well prepared before we go into first reading and second reading.
So are you proposing a workshop for every single ordinance? I think that there are ordinances that are administrative changes, right? That probably don't require a workshop before every one. But I think for ordinances where there is significant, substantial change, or like in the case of this ordinance, where it's coming to us with the ordinance that was noticed, that was brought before us for first reading, was not, was kind of on the fly changed for what we passed at first reading. But that discussion wasn't based on anything, right? So I think when an ordinance is coming before us where there isn't really solid information that is informing the details of the ordinance, I think it would be wise to have a workshop first.
Commissioner Mulholland?
I think all those points are valid, but I'll go back to what I've said. Nothing ever gets done here if you follow all the normal protocols. I think the two concerns from my perspective when you put an ordinance up, because there has to be two readings, and I could be wrong, I didn't really plan to have this discussion tonight, but obviously the ordinance that we pass at the end of the day should be an ordinance that's supported by the commission and should be supported by the community. And it also has to be an ordinance that can withstand legal challenge. Lawsuits are never good. Anybody that's ever been involved with them, there's no winners. And for 34 years of running a business, the last thing I ever wanted to do was do something stupid and pass, make a bad company policy or something that ended up in some type of lawsuit or something. So I may very well be missing something, but I think fundamentally those are the two most important things. The problem is, as I see it from my observation over the last 2+ years, has been that nobody really pays attention to anything until it really it becomes, oh gee, this is happening. So it's almost like, to me, I don't want to say that we should be just throwing ordinances out there to get people engaged, but I mean, how many workshops have there been? I keep going back to this for the beach ordinance. I know it's big, But I don't know, City Clerk, you may know, do you have any idea how many joint workshops and workshops there's been for the beach ordinance? And 10 to 12. And we're calling for more of them. And I realize that, you know, there's a fear there, okay? Let's be honest. The fear is we don't want to get that wrong because one of the big, powerful overlords of the city will end up suing us. So we're paralyzed to make any decisions or take any actions. So we end up doing nothing. And, you know, we have all kinds of other problems that fester and grow because we're paralyzed and we don't take any action. So while Commissioner Marriott, I absolutely respect what you're saying, and I agree with it in principle, but in reality, based on my observations, we need to be bolder. And I'm not saying being reckless. I'm not saying doing something that, you know, we have 100 residents that come here and tell us that we don't want this, or 100 businesses, or a combination of the two, whatever, or the city attorneys tell us, which they do behind the scenes, as everybody knows, hey, we probably need to tweak on this a little bit. So, you know, I personally don't want to feel like we've got to be hamstrung, and every time that one of us has a proactive idea of something that ought to be done in this city, that we can't try to get it moving forward and be a little bolder. And as I had said during one of our working groups, make incremental changes, whether that's between the first and the second reading, or whether that's we pass an ordinance that, as long as it's not being really harmful to anybody or that it's going to put us in legal jeopardy, we can tweak on it later but fix the big stuff. So anyway, I don't disagree with you, but in watching how this place works and how nothing really productive has gotten done for a long time here, I just think we need to be a little bolder about this stuff. So that's my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Marriott, I like Commissioner Mulholland. I agree with you in principle on that. But again, nothing seems to ever get done here. And just like with the freebie that I brought back up, it got shot down before, and I'm bringing it back up again to talk about it. That can still happen. That is part of the process. Okay? And the other part of the process is us as representatives should be in tune with our community and should, you know what our community wants and doesn't want. And that's part of it too. And if you want to put out the word that, hey, we're going to be talking about this because we know it, put it out there to your constituents so they can be involved. It's great to see this involvement. I mean, how many times been here where there's nobody? I mean, it's been like that for years. So it really is our job to let that out as well and let them know and get them involved. That's the reason too. There's 2 readings. There's notification, there's 2 readings, and anything can change. It can get shut down, it can get modified, and it can come back, just like the freebie, just like I brought the freebie back. So that is the process. And I don't personally have a problem with the process. I agree some things deserve workshops possibly, but I don't want to die the death of workshops and not getting anything done. And to see 3 years on the beach ordinance is nuts. It wouldn't survive in a corporate world.
Commissioner Marriott?
So I can sympathize with you, Joe, on feeling like nothing ever happens, because in my business, if things went the way they do in city government, I'd lose my mind, right? But I think we do owe our community a higher level of attention and a higher level of care. And my goal is not at all to slow things down. I actually think that by having a workshop first on things like this ordinance, it would speed things up. because now we've had a first reading, we've had tons of public comment. It's going to be who knows how long before it comes back for second reading. We're going to have a bunch more public comment. It's hard to know what is even going to get passed by the time we have the second reading, and who knows what it's actually going to be. Clearly, if we were all really in touch with what our constituents wanted, we would not have passed the first reading that we passed last week, right? Because we wouldn't have had a room full of people who were terrified that we were going to destroy their livelihoods. And in addition to that, I think that when we rush into these things, particularly when we stack several of them in one meeting, we have meetings that go till 1 in the morning, and I don't think any of us are our best self at 1 in the morning.
And I'd like to change all of your decisions from 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not saying that. There are absolutely things that I've said at 2 and 3 o'clock.
Those things are all done in one meeting too.
And there are times when it is very important that we finish something in one meeting, right? There are times when you have to sit here and go through the whole thing. I think there are also times when we can spend much more care and make better decisions.
How much time is enough care? Is 3 years enough care?
If we take something one topic at a time, when we need to spend an hour or 2 hours discussing it, if we can have all the meetings you want. We can have a meeting on Tuesday, a meeting on Wednesday, and a meeting on Thursday, and pass an ordinance on Thursday. I don't think that we're doing our jobs well to force things because in the interest of getting things done when we then make bad decisions.
I think what you saw tonight is for the first time that I've been involved in the city in the last 3.5 years, where things actually went well. And what the gentleman said earlier about we wasted time, we didn't waste time. We spent time and we listened to our constituents, even though most of them were from outside of St. Pete Beach. We had a former commissioner sit here, and he famously sat in this chair right here, and at one of the CUP meetings, he said, even though I received 500 emails against this thing, I'm going to vote for it. You know what you saw tonight? The exact opposite. Like you said, quote, we owe our constituents a higher order of care. You're right, we do. That's why we gave them tonight, for the first time since I've been involved in city. That's because for the first time we have a commission who's actually listening to the constituents. That is the reality. So the irony, right, so that when it's convenient, fast, one meeting till 3 o'clock in the morning, let's get it done, right? But when and we know exactly what it is. It's the same issue every time, right? I don't care if our residents pack the room. Y'all never listen to them. Not once. I don't care how many of them show up. I don't care how many send emails. I don't care how many meetings we have. I don't care how many people show up having block parties and packing the room and packing the entire parking lot. So the irony when it's convenient for a certain population, we got to take more time. 12 meetings was not enough. We got to have more meetings. But yet when that same group comes before us for something they want, forget what the residents want, forget what they say, we don't care.
So what you're telling me is that you are disagreeing with me because you are critical of decisions I've made in the past.
I agree with you in principle, just like everybody else. I'm just saying you're not living up to your principles. That's the irony. That you say one thing and then you do something completely different in public.
That is completely false, and I find that very insulting. I have sat here for a year and listened to you insult me and claim that I have ulterior motives and that I do not have integrity, and I have had enough of it, all right? I am trying to do the best for the citizens. If you guys don't want to do it, you do whatever you want. And I do listen to them. And just because the residents that reach out to me are not the same residents that reach out to you, I am so insulted by the fact that you would dare say that I am lying when I have voted the way that most of the people who have reached out to me have asked me to vote. And so for you to tell me that you think basically that I have no integrity, have ulterior motives, and am doing things for the wrong reasons to protect some special group of people that you don't want to say out loud because it's businesses. And that's not a special group of people. You know who I'm in favor of? I'm in favor of the community of St. Pete Beach. The community of St. Pete Beach is made up of residents. It's made up of voting residents. It's made up of non-voting residents. It's made up of taxpayers. It's made up of people who are residents who don't pay property tax. It's made up of commercial property owners who can't vote but who do pay property tax. The community is also made up of tourists, and it's made up of workers who work in the businesses on our beach. All of those people make up our community, and the fact that you only represent residents is reprehensible. It's 10:29. Are we extending this meeting or are we adjourning?
We still got a couple items on the agenda.
I make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:45.
I second.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
No.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So what about the process do you not like?
I don't like that we get a first reading of an ordinance brought to us with very incomplete information. So when we have an ordinance coming before us that has information where, like when we had first reading of this ordinance, we have an attorney who says, well, where did that 200 feet come from? And she goes, oh, I pulled it out of thin air. It's what hits, you know. To me, that's not a prepared, ready for a first reading ordinance. And so when we're going to hear an ordinance that's not ready, that we don't have information on important details, I feel like it would be wise to have a workshop where we can have an amount of time devoted to discussing just that topic so that we can work it out properly.
And what's your threshold? What constitutes needs a workshop, what doesn't need a workshop?
I think the city manager probably has more experience than all the rest of us in being able to advise us on that topic.
City manager, is that the task you want to take on?
I would be seeking general support from the commission that if my read is that you're going down a path that I can probably tell might create some stumbling blocks, that I would suggest I put a workshop in to not only talk about it, but in this instance, staff didn't really know what you wanted. So because we didn't have a conversation with the commission to understand what you were trying to achieve exactly, it's hard for staff to be prepared. So from a staff perspective, if we understand the policy direction and what the problem we're trying to solve for, I don't think we had grasped that completely. And so typically my experience has been, if you're gonna have something that's a pretty meaty conversation, or it could be political in nature, or it could have very, very varying views in the community, you want to insert something to help staff prepare a solid first reading that brings you a well-prepared presentation. That's been my experience.
Okay. So what percentage of the time would require a workshop? In your experience? Like 1 in 10 ordinances, 1 in 50?
Probably 1 out of 4.
1 out of 4. We have at least 4 every week.
Oh, well, you have at least 4 every week because we're in an emergency, but.
No, we've had 4 every week for the last 3 years. It's been like a constant.
If it's an administrative change, those do not require workshops. You're seeing a lot of land use ordinance changes here because they've been doing a lot of cleanup.
Okay.
Not going to require a workshop. But if you're going to fundamentally, I mean, like behavioral ordinances are almost always going to drive a workshop, because now you're talking about people's behavior in the, that's why the beach has been so controversial, because you are talking about behaviors on the beach. Noise is controversial. Setbacks could be controversial if you're going to fundamentally change the setbacks of your residential spaces and parcels. Those are things I wouldn't just bring to you and say, let's now just say you only need a 10-foot setback. That's a big land use change. So taking a read on it, and I'm getting to know this community better, but I think it's a conversation we could have as you start to refer ideas. What could have happened differently here is I could have said, may I suggest a workshop before we bring back a first reading? And you all could nod or tell me no. I mean, that could just be part of something we build into the conversation.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that approach?
Yes.
I mean, it makes sense, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I wouldn't bring something forward that I felt needs to be brought forward. I mean, but I talked to the city manager, so, I mean, I think generally when I have an idea about something, I mean, I think most people would know I've brought a bunch of things up, and normally I do talk to her ahead of time about it. But I don't know, you know, if we're trying to set a policy, I'm not ready to sign off on any policy. You know, I think we've been getting stuff done, to be perfectly honest with you, that hasn't been getting done. So I agree that it hasn't been perfect. It isn't perfect, but, you know, to try to create one size fits all, you know, whatever you all want to do. I'm perfectly happy on how we've been going along, and you know, like I say, I feel like we've been getting stuff done. Has it been controversial? Absolutely. Has it been perfect? No, but, you know, we've been doing something at least during a difficult time and haven't been ignoring all the other things that we have to be doing. So, you know, to try to make sure we follow a certain bureaucracy. I didn't come here to be involved in
We're not talking bureaucracy, we're talking allowing the city manager more discretion in the items that she...
Oh, of course, I don't have a problem. I don't have any problems with that, but, you know, it doesn't mean I'm not going to bring something up from time to time that, you know, I haven't asked for a workshop for, because, you know, like I say, we like to workshop stuff to death. Or we can hire a study. Those are things that we like to do well too. So, but yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm fine. Whatever you all want to do, I'm on board.
I'm assuming too that if you suggest that and we're against it, we can say that too, right? Doesn't need one. Doesn't need. I don't feel it needs a workshop. So there's always that can come out. I just don't want to workshop stuff to death. I'm more of move forward, keep moving forward, and get things done. Because not a lot has been done, and it's very discouraging to see 3 years of time spent on a beach ordinance, and it's still sitting there.
And we're still calling for workshops.
Yeah, and we're still calling for workshops on it. You know, we sat in our priority meeting, and I think two of you brought up bringing the beach ordinance forward, and now we're back again workshopping, so.
Well, let me just
I don't
seek
think we are back
clarification, because
to
I don't think
workshopping
I'm
the beach ordinance.
workshopping the
We've
beach
got
ordinance.
one comment.
Okay,
No.
No.
okay, I just wanted to be, I didn't hear that direction from you all.
Well, I
Just
heard
heard
So the beach ordinance is coming directly back to you without a workshop.
As
Unless
far as
I
I'm
get
concerned,
direction
but
to take it back.
There's been plenty of calls for another workshop.
You just heard a no, a no, a no. That's 3. Is that a